3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Come on, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to track 2 for GUADEC on day 1. First up, we have Aditya with Becoming a GNOME Ambassador. So over to you, Aditya.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Deepisa. So, hello, I'm Aditya. My topic is becoming a GNOME ambassador, growing local GNOME communities. So, I'm Aditya. I'm a GNOME Foundation member, plus I'm leading both GNOME Nepal and Ubuntu Nepal in my home country. And I'm one of the GNOME ambassador. Like, I must say the first, like, still it hasn't been the formal one, but we have been working uh, really well to know all the local communities. So why this talk? So I used GNOME, but I never knew that I used it. In my home country, there isn't much awareness on the open source and things. I used to use Ubuntu because some senior told me that it is cool, and I didn't knew about GNOME until I got introduced about it in GNOME Asia Summit 2023. And to the surprise, like somehow I got into the organizing team and I became the lead organizer, and then I started knowing more about it, and then I started uh, contributing. Then what happened was I fell in love with the community and the people in the GNOME community. So I felt in my country also, like I have to let my friends, the people know like how good the community is, how accepting it is, and share the love with them too. So we started GNOME Nepal in 2024. So now I'm excited about growing GNOME community at local level in countries around the world. So what is GNOME Ambassador? A GNOME Ambassador is someone who introduces new people to GNOME, creates opportunities, connects local people with the global project, also builds future maintainers and the contributors. It is not only about promoting GNOME, it is about building a community of people that shares the same value as GNOME, and also effectively building communities start at the local level, because building a human to human connection is really important. The most powerful connection is the person to person connection. Isn't that why we are here at GUADEC? Like, like to create relationships, to renew, to refresh. Also, we are excited to see all the GNOME ambassador will have in the coming days. The communities they will build and the people these communities will shape. So the goal is not to show that the communities exist. It is not about promoting GNOME. It is about building a sense of community that is grounded in personal relationships we have built here. So contributors drive GNOME forward. Community exists to make contributions possible, and GNOME cannot exist without the community. So the pipeline goes like, at first we have to aware them that the technology like GNOME exists, and then we have to pick their interest. Then it helps them to get participating in the events and the workshops and everywhere. Then they start contributing. Now we don't stop right at the contributing, because after contribution we have to train them for the leadership, because they can be the future mentors, because we have to pass the baton like the relay race, right? We have to create the communities in the future too. So ambassadors build that community locally, and they own the pipeline, they own the process, they fix it if it is broken, and let's see where to grow. Like if someone don't know how to start, so Nepal was a place with low open source awareness at the time when we started. Almost all the open source groups, they were inactive. The last one that was really popular was inactive in 2012, and then there wasn't GNOME presence, immature or non-existent developer ecosystem. But after 3 years of investment, we built a community of hundreds of volunteers who put Nepal on the map in open source world. GNOME Nepal was a direct catalyst to revive the same community that I mentioned in 2012. Ubuntu Nepal got deactivated, but then we revived it after a decade in 2025. So the catalyst was GNOME Nepal. Yeah, it is harder to begin with at the country with a low open source awareness, but the growth potential is much higher. So we can do it again. We believe it. So just awareness didn't do this all. That's why ambassadorship is the key. And the thing is, you don't grow alone. So if you start the local communities, you cannot just go solo. Like GNOME Nepal will only do GNOME and aware about it, but we have to collaborate. Like GNOME plus Ubuntu. how we started in Nepal was we started giving talks. First, we gave the talk about the Ubuntu, and then we moved into the desktop environment and started introducing them about GNOME. Because if we say them like come and come to us and learn about desktop environment, they wouldn't come, right? Like they were interested in the desktop first. So GNOME plus Ubuntu, GNOME plus Fedora plus SUSE and everything like KDE, GDC, Google development groups, and AWS student groups. Like we have to collaborate with everyone, because at first, if someone doesn't know, you have to get to the place, get to them, know them, and then you have to aware them. You cannot expect that they will come directly to you because they don't know you. Like how would they come directly? So open source people overlap, tech people overlap, and collaborations grows everyone. So try to create a multiplier. Every partner associated will multiply the growth. And next, outreach is really important. Like how do we attract people? Most communities says like come contribute, but I have seen it doesn't work. We have tried this, it doesn't work. Nobody comes. Instead, people join because of learning, networking, career, friends, events, travel opportunities, and everything. Now, once they are in the loop, they will discover about the contributions. And if someone is really interested, they love the project, now they start contributing. So at first we cannot sell the contribution. Don't sell contribution, sell opportunity, and contribution will follow if they are really interested in it. And another one is the university strategy. Like this has really worked for us, and I personally believe, and we in GNOME Nepal personally believe that this really works. So in the ambassador program also, we will focus on this. University are the best long-term investment. Why? Because if we partner with CS departments, innovation labs, student clubs, we offer them like intro to workshops, hackathons, career talks, internship talks, and all this. Now what happens is, because students stay for 3 to 4 years in the undergrad level, and now once they graduate, they will go directly to the industry. So this problem we faced in Nepal was like we tried to introduce the open source to the professionals, but they were already so like used to the other softwares, they didn't want to adapt. But if you already teach them everything when they are students, now when they go to the professional work, they will try to use the one that they have been using, so they will automatically try to use the open source. So university are the best strategy. And building the first team, so this is where everyone, like most of the people gets it wrong. They try to recruit 20 organizers, they just want to go boom, let's start, let's bring everyone. And the time they could have invested in creating a community, they invest in bringing the people, like 5 people, now one left, 4. I'll again reach the 5 people mark, and they will try together. So let's not do that. First, don't recruit 20 organizers, just recruit 3. Suggested role are community lead, events lead if you are going to have some events, and technical lead if you are going to teach the technical things. A small team means fast decision and prompt actions, so quick growth. At first there is high ownership because only few folks are involved, and later expand it into marketing lead and documentation lead, because once you get to some level, documentation is really important, and marketing, I told you, outreach is very important. So then you can scale the team. Stage 1 is 3 organizers. Then you can reach to 30 active members. Then 100 members. Why I have written 30 active members and 100 members or 250 members is, in your community you can have a 250 members, but everyone isn't active. That's the real truth. So among 250, target 10 is active or 15 is active or just 30 is active. Now you can make a core team out of that, and you can create a working group. So working groups can be events, then marketing, then sponsorship, design, and everything comes in. So you can scale the team like this. The biggest challenge that the ambassador will face is growth is easy, but retention is difficult. Because at first when you introduce, someone joins because they are interested, but they won't be there for a long time. So why people leave? No ownership, no mentorship. They don't know the next step. Like you say, come join, come contribute. They come, they join, but they don't see where the next step is, where they can go. So there is burnout, and then another thing is no recognition. So first we have to do is like integrating the okay. So other challenges, the main challenges are integrating the local community with the main one. In the GNOME Nepal also we are facing the same problem. Like uh, we are a community of 300 members, but like almost 7 8 10 are integrated in the main one, everyone isn't. So for that we need a clear pathway, because we are missing a lot of potential contributors. contributors. And another challenge is missing a common platform, because GNOME Nepal we use Discord, because in our country Element no one uses, and we talked with GNOME Africa, they use Telegram, so that is now a different platform. And in the main one we use Element Matrix, so that is a main one. So everything is divided. We need a common platform. So next is sustainability. Success is not measured by, I told you, the Discord members or event attendance or likes and the photos. The real measure is the number of contributors, like how many contributors start contributing. Like you can have 300 members in the community, but if no one is contributing, the community is just existing but not really moving. So real measures are new organizers, talk submissions, mentors, and the common pitfalls that I personally felt in the journey was, don't chase the largest community. At first I was trying to chase the largest community, like we will create a really large community in Nepal, like the most biggest one, thousands of members. But that is not the way you have to go. You don't chase most events, you don't chase the most countries you will cover, or the biggest platform, or the high attendance. What you have to chase for a really good community is healthy attendance. People shouldn't be there for the numbers, they should be there by the interest. Like uh, having 10 people who are really interested is better than having 100 people who are just there to like attend or time pass. And then documentation is really important, because you have to document the process. If another community is forming, you can just pass on the documentation and the things is easier for them. And the leadership pipeline, because if you are creating a community, leaders are important, because you need the future mentors. You have to hand over the process and everything. And volunteers well-being and consistency is really important. So better actions now, the ambassadorship initiatives we can take is, we have to create an ambassador onboarding guide. So I told you about the documentation, right? Like if someone wants to be the ambassador and try to do these things, they have to know how to do that. So onboarding guide, then community starter kit, like what you need for the community, what positions you might need, and what are the rules, the COC things and everything. So the mentorship matching, you need to get them the mentors. Ready to use workshop slides, like we don't want them to waste the time again creating all the workshop slides. Like if another communities already have created the workshop slides and using it, let's just transfer it. The event templates, the marketing assets, regional meetups, and like funding guidance, community health checklist, and everything. So it goes for the documentation thing. So the final message is, communities don't grow because of the events. Communities grow because people feel that they belong in the community. I told you, like I started contributing to GNOME because I was involved in GNOME Asia 2023. I felt the love. I felt accepted in the community. The people, I love them. That's why I started contributing in the project. So like you have to feel that you belong, and you have to try to make the project better. So the call for the action is, become an ambassador, build communities that really represents the people with the values GNOME believes in, because that is important. You cannot just create a community and don't have any values, like it won't lead to the sustainable community. And yeah, it's true, if we do all this, GNOME will grow naturally. Like it is a process, it is a flow, it will, everything will happen automatically, but we have to follow the base, the foundation in a better way. So yeah, thank you very much. That is my talk. Questions. No worries. Still time left for the questions.
How many team members are in Nepal, and how many would you consider as active contributors, regardless of their role or the field?
Okay. So recently we have expanded the teams, because as I showed in the presentations, we already had 300 plus members in the community platform. So we thought now we really need to expand. We have to go to the rural areas, not only in the cities. We have already aware a lot of students in the city area, but rural area are also the main thing, because they really need the open source. Because one thing is, financially it is difficult for them to use the other softwares, and the thing is also the security. So We have expanded. At first, we were just a co-lead and a co-lead. Now we have expanded into a marketing team. So there is our outreach lead and two assisting, so associative outreach, and then we have an event team now, event manager, and then two associative event manager, and also a session manager. Look, so we have expanded because now we think we need to focus on things in a particular way, not as a whole way. So session managers focus on the sessions, and event managers focus on the events and things like that. So we have these groups. Now we have leads, co-leads, we have 4 groups, working groups. Now for the active contributors, the measures are divided into tech and non-tech. We measure the both. So the technical contributors, it is easy to measure, like, so we can see who has contributed, who have the PR and everything. So we have created a workflow that automatically shows who have done how many contributions and other thing. For the non-technical one, that is really difficult because you don't know like how much efforts they are putting, right? Like even in the simple work, the efforts might be bigger. You can see the work, the definition might be greater, but the works can be just a simple one. So for the non-technical, we cannot say just this much, but over the 300 members, I am sure we have 30 plus 40 plus like active contributors, and others they join when they can. Like we cannot force anyone to contribute, right? We just say, announce openly in our platform like we are having session in this college or this university. If anyone is available, please join. And then they join, they learn like how we give the session and everything. And if next time they want to be the speaker or they want to lead the sessions, they are free to do that. So we are going in that way, but we have to create a really well measurement scale kind of thing or something, the documentation where the technical and non-technical and the active members, they get measured well. So the ambassadorship initiative, it will focus on that. It have to focus on that because we have felt that problem, right? Like we cannot say exactly this much, but we know there are people who are doing the works. Yeah.
Any other questions?
So I was wondering, you said you target students at universities. Do you have contact with faculty then, or to do guests colleges or something like that?
Yeah, okay. So how we started for that was, at first we asked a lot of colleges to have the open source sessions and the workshops because the awareness was very low. They didn't want to engage with us. They said, oh, there are others who are giving better career opportunities, and the workshops were like, why would our students go and take the classes, right? And what we did was, at the time I was a student, and I was a student in one of there are colleges, and I was in the most popular one, right? Like everyone want to go there. And then I just managed to convince my college faculty that this session is really important and we have to give it to our juniors. And now how we used it was, we gave a 3-hour sessions, the first session, and then we went to other college and we told them, look, this popular college is doing it, why are you missing it? And like there was a fear of missing out to them. And then everyone started calling like, oh, okay, so that college has done, okay, come. And the session was really good. Like we went from proper beginning. Like at first we tried teaching them on the board, like making everything, and then only we shifted to the digital ones. So right now the sessions we give it for free of cost. The college calls us, they want their students to learn about it. Now it is easier because after 2 years, like we have really generated that reputation that we give a really good session. And open source is very important because in the job descriptions also in our country now it is written you have to know Linux, like, yeah. So we have the contacts directly with the college. And then the question you asked to answer that is, if we don't have the contacts with the college, we contact the clubs in the college, the students, and we try them to convince their college, because if we can't, their students surely will, because they will say we need that session, right? So that is how we are moving. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
Short one, and I understand if you can answer that one because it's what I'm chasing. You were saying that university, you get people, and then they go into industry, right? And you already have got them on the treadmill of open source contribution, or at least knowledge. Do you know how many people that have been for 3 or 4 years, in university contact with you and the community still do it once they go into industry? Like how much of a drop off you get when you go into industry? And the reason I ask is because from survey data on open source maintainers and contributors, we know that the main reason people stop doing it is a change job.
Yeah.
So I am interested if you have any information.
Yeah.
On
So
that.
there are two answers. The first one, we have seen good results. Like the one who was maintaining our Discord platform, at first he wasn't really using the Linux. He joined the club, he learned about everything, and now he's using the Linux professionally. He's also doing the events and everything. Because we had the community so open that we didn't say them to use this. We let them like 1 year, 2 year, 3 year. If they don't use, it is also okay. If they use, it is better, because our goal is like to introduce it to them. And one of the example is Silas. Silas is here. He joined our community as a volunteer at first. Now he has been using it professionally, and he's also coming here as a speaker. He learned everything. He covered everything. Like, so he's one of the examples. And another part of the question is, the GNOME Nepal we started almost 3 years ago. So our first batch of the students, we are still to see like how they perform in the industry, but I know their journey will be really difficult, because even when I went to the professional life, my seniors, they really said, oh, you are trying to be cool because you are using Linux, stop it. Like they were like, why is he flexing, like why is he unique? But the thing is, I used to feel the freedom, so I try to use it. So I guess in the next GUADEC I can answer you the answer, because we will see like how the students they will do in the industry. Thank you. So is there any other questions, or I guess the time is already done? Yeah. So thank you very much.
works.
Okay. Thank you so much, Aditya. Now we're back with another talk from Aryan Kaushik on the story of open forms. Over to you.
So hello everyone. As Dipisha just said, my talk is on open forms, a form that works for you, not you for it. So a bit about me. I'm Aryan Kaushik. I'm a GNOME Foundation member as well as a Ubuntu member. So I play double game. I have been a member of the GNOME internship committee and was myself an intern at GNOME in GSOC 2022. I've also been an intern at Chromium, so all the Google fanboys. And I'm a maintainer of Logo Menu. It's a GNOME extension with I think around 20 million downloads now or something. So really proud of that one project. So before we start, we first need to understand what the problem is. Why does this app exist? Why we created it? And what's the whole backstory behind it? Because without a problem, if you create a solution, then it's a solution without a problem. So the problem was most form tools require Wi-Fi connection. You use Google Forms, Jot Forms, Microsoft Forms, or like any plethora of forms. They all require one thing, that is Wi-Fi. And what do we hate at conferences? Wi-Fi. So whenever we go, it's like, oh, there are too many users. There's this black spot. Okay, this university is using maybe routers from 1999, or there's some kind of issue that okay, Wi-Fi is not reliable. I am hitting the Wi-Fi here. I have to use my own mobile network. And what happens then is your forms doesn't work. You can't accept service, you can't accept responses because your whole network is down right now. Especially the boot area. If you see, the boots are not in the main area. Like most of the times they are in an area where there's either low bandwidth or there's like blackouts or black spots over there where it's not working exactly. So that was the main issue which we wanted to solve, that if my network goes down, I don't want my forms to go down. I don't want my service to go down. I want my boots to be running seamlessly even without it. Plus, to store data on proprietary platforms. So Google Forms, again, on Google servers, and Microsoft on Microsoft servers. And we all know that if we do proprietary things at open source conferences, it doesn't fare that well. People have strong opinions, and many might not even like to fill it up because they're like, I don't want my data to go to Google's or Microsoft servers. So that was another issue. The next one is all form tools need browsers, and browsers are their own bubble. So it acts like its own operating system, right? If you have an app installed on GNOME, it would feel like a GNOME's application. Like it will have the HIG of GNOME. You would be easily clicking with it that, okay, this is how I have to operate it. But when you open a website on the browser, everything lives in its own bubble. Everything has its own UI, its own design, and it's really hard to navigate around. But we wanted a solution which is just feels native, that whoever comes up to open source conference knows how to use it exactly. Plus, again, captive portals and Wi-Fi drivers. I think we all know how Wi-Fi drivers are on Linux, right? They are a bliss to run. Wi-Fi runs amazingly on Linux. So we had to solve that as well. So what's the solution? Like we have covered all the problems, but what does at the end come out of it? Open forms. Or at least I hope it comes up, because I still need people to tell me that, hey, this is the solution. Because we can only create it. It's the users who tell that, okay, it worked or it didn't work. And we'll learn later on that whole feedback as well. So the origin story. So that's me around on the right side, and on the left is Moro. Like he runs the Ubuntu community boots. And last year at GUADEC 2026, we were doing just that. So I was just a speaker. I was not manning the boot, but being a Ubuntu member, I thought that why not I should help. So I was helping around the boot, and one problem which we were facing is the Wi-Fi wasn't working. The conference Wi-Fi was working, so before any organizer shouts at me, yes, the Wi-Fi was good. It's just the captive portal had some kind of broken relationship with the tablet, that they were just keep crashing the whole tablet. So whenever we logged into the conference Wi-Fi, the tablet crashed. We had to restart. Then we retried it. Again, we have to restart. So we restarted the tablet around 5 times. Then we got to know, okay, this marriage is far beyond our control and we can't control it. So at that moment, what we had to do was we took Moro's phone, we bolted it down to the boot, that, okay, now you have to sit here the whole day because it's your Wi-Fi that is running the whole survey platform right now. And the problem was that if he had to go to attend a talk and I'm manning the boot, then he is without his phone because you can't take your phone. That phone is the whole heartbeat of that boot. So at that moment, out of despair came the problem that, hey, we need something that can solve this issue. But why re-engineer the wheel? Surely, like, if you go to college and everything, like one of the first projects somebody build is a form application. It's the most simplest thing somebody builds while learning web development. That, okay, this is how I will create a form, this is how I will collect the service. So I scoured the internet that there would be one solution that I can use that I would not have to re-engineer. But I found none. There's like no form application which doesn't use internet or doesn't use your browser or doesn't rely any of those things. So what are the gaps in the forms app that I found? One, they need a browser to run. They need the whole web stack to run. Even if you download the offline versions of these forms, like I think Jot Forms has an offline version, it still runs as a web service. So you have to fire up the whole web server and then you have to open it in your browser and do the whole shenanigan just to collect one single response. And I don't think we can have a sweet, hopeful boot runners use that. The second thing was there are solutions like Xforms, but they use XML. And we know how great XML is to write, and surely our loving boot workers would love to write one XML form. Then again, most platforms still needed internet for something or the another. And if you are using Linux mobile, then running a web server on it, firing up the whole thing, like I don't think anybody wants to go through that whole process. So how OpenForms fits in? Simply think it's a local first form. You don't need internet access. You don't need to fire up a web server. You don't need to like juggle around a web browser, open up 10 different websites to run the form. You just simply use the app. It's built with GTK and libadwaita, so it fits into GNOME. It doesn't have to behave like a completely different bubble or completely different environment out of things. And your data is collected offline only. So no data goes to a server of Google, Microsoft, or whichever company you hate in the world. We won't be using that. Your data lives locally on your system. Plus, it could be accessible. So because GNOME already has support for great accessibility libraries and requirements, so you can plug into those as well. And it's open source first. It's built with libadwaita because of the mobile experience. Now we already know that if I try to build two different app versions, like one for mobile, one for desktop, then I'm just gonna hate my life maintaining both versions of the same thing. But with libadwaita, thanks to all the developers who work on it, you are a lifesaver. I don't have to do that jargon myself. I can just rely on the library to do that for me. It's built with JSON, so we already know JSON is much better than XML. And everybody in the world know how to write JSON. If you don't know how to write JSON, what are you doing in the world? But we are JSON supremacy, and it's a native app, not another web page. But I lied. JSON, not everybody likes JSON, right? And the thing is, when I wrote the application, it was JSON first, that you wrote a JSON config and everything. And then I was showing my sister that, hey, I built this app. And she was like, who the, you can fill in the gaps, write JSON for the forms. And I was like, it's open source conference, people surely know what JSON is. And she was like, well, if I go as a community volunteer, I don't know what JSON is. I can be a community part, but maybe I don't know how to write one. Or even if I know how to write one, maybe I don't hate my life enough to do that for just firing up a form. So I was like, good thought. And then I built the GUI builder. So in the GUI builder, you can just select what fields you want. It still saves as JSON, so you can easily modify it. You can easily share it over the internet on any email platform, whatever you want. But it gives you a good enough UI that you can create easily at the fly, and you don't have to write that whole thing up. And you can see all the field types which are currently supported, like most of the form fields that you would need, like date, times, images, text, checkbox, all of those. Now, why did I use GTK4 plus libadwaita itself? Surely there are other libraries like Qt or like other proprietary software applications as well. The answer is because I love GNOME. No, it's because, well, I love GNOME, not saying no to that, but that was not the only reason. The main reason was the out-of-box responsiveness that came with libadwaita. I can make it small, it fits in. I can make it large, it again fits in. I mostly use GNOME for my daily drivers, so it fits into that whole desktop scheme. Most Linux platforms also use something derived from GTK, so it just fits in everywhere. I get platform consistency, so I don't have to have a different UI for everything. And I get the GNOME HIG free of cost, right? Everybody who uses GNOME already knows, okay, this button is primary button, this is suggestive button, okay, this is how you scroll, this is how you click. So they know how the whole app works without even learning from a 10-page manual or something. So this is the screenshot of the app. So the front page, you can see that we have multi-tab support. This also came with libadwaita. I wouldn't have built multi-tab support myself. I would just have said that open 10 different form windows. But because I have tabs from libadwaita, I could just utilize that. So you create a new tab, you select a JSON config, or you create one or you edit one. Again, JSON is just saved in the system. You don't have to write JSON yourself. It's all GUI. And you can select then the form CSV, or you can create a new CSV. And the idea of CSV came with the thought that if we store in a format which is like scalable enough that you can open in any spreadsheet application, then you can at the end of the day combine the responses together. So if there are 10 different people running the boot, like at 10 different locations, you can at the end of the day combine the CSVs together and you have the whole answer of the things. And that is how it looks on the right when you open a form. You have support for the whole CSS library of GNOME. So you can specify a CSS field like title field, subtitle field, and it will just fit into that whole theme of GNOME. So you can customize your form to look how you want. If you want colors or everything, you have the whole CSS available to you to use there. You have required field supports, and images also work. This was again what I was talking about libadwaita, that this is how it looks on desktop, but if you go to a mobile view, it just moves into a pop-up. One of the best things I like about libadwaita is this kind of scalability. And again, the tabs window, I surely don't have enough time in the world to create a tab like layout like this, but with libadwaita again, it just plugs in. So how does it now work at Ubuntu boot? We have zero downtime. We can easily use the application anywhere. You can use it on a tablet, you can use it on a desktop, Raspberry Pi, whatever your flavor of computing is, you can use it there. You can easily use the CSV file, and now we don't have to work as a marriage broker between Wi-Fi drivers, Linux, and conferences, Forms app, all of those things. So yeah, everything is great, right? The talk is over. Everybody loves it. You can just go download the application, enjoy, and we don't have to hate forms anymore. No. The answer is never that simple that, okay, I've built things and they're okay. And a matter of fact, big no, because it is much further than I thought that a simple form app would need to be. But why? Like I've showed, okay, that is a form running up. You can fill the form, you can submit responses. That's all what we wanted there. It's offline first. You don't have to use the internet. You don't have to use the browser. So everything is done. What remains? Now we have to go to the Ubuntu boot pane. So a few days ago, only before the conference, like that was actually the last slide before. There were then the slides of me praising the whole thing up. But then I was talking with Mauro. I was like, hey, in the talk title, I said that I will be giving real life stories. So can you tell me how it's faring at the boot? And then we talked and we discussed, and then we got to know that, okay, why we are not using it as much as we thought we would be using it. And the reasons were no drop-down support. It might sound simple, but if you have like radio button, it doesn't feel that good. If you have a drop-down, it feels like a drop-down. So one thing was the field support, that we don't have all the fields there. No helper text. So if I have a field like your name, maybe I want a helper text with it. Or if I have some kind of field that, okay, how did you like the conference? I want to give them a description that give 20 characters only. If you give more, then I will discard your response. Maybe whatever you want. We don't have that. We don't have a placeholder. We have to then behind the conference stuff. So one problem he told me was that we have, let's say, 200 people in our team, and everybody of them is going to conferences collecting response. Now I have to email all of those people that, hey, you haven't shared the responses with me yet, you haven't shared the CSV with me yet. With Google Forms, it's just, okay, I opened the spreadsheet, they are using the company's like drive, they have the responses already. Now they don't have that. Now they have to run behind everybody that give me the responses, and if somebody goes offline, the responses are gone, and a lot more. So what's the solution? At the end, we have to solve the issue, right? just go back to Google Forms, because I am too tired at this point to fix your form application. You can use whatever suits you the best, and that's Google Forms. Yeah, I would have said that if I didn't have that bug in me to like fix everything up. So that was me that day clanging at my keyboard. The GIF wasn't working, so I had to paste the image. Sorry for that. But you can imagine him doing this on the keyboard right now. So how did we go towards hopefully the success of the application? We added a drop-down support. So you can select any option you want. So field types are getting added every day as we speak. We added helper text and placeholder text. So finally you can have these kind of helpers and not John Doe kind of placeholders, or whatever you want to add that. You now have full customizability regarding that. So that one is also solved. And the kiosk mode, like this one is one which I am really thinking would be one of the greater deal out there. So whenever you submit Google Forms, it gives you a window, right, that okay, submit another response kind of button, and shows a helpful text that hey, your response is submitted, or it gives some kind of answer in the end that okay, this is what's done or what's not done. Now that didn't exist yet, so I thought, why not have that? And if you are having that, why not customize it? So you can set that in how many seconds would that message go away. So it ought to go is in like 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever your fear is. You can also set an idle timeout. So let's say somebody came to the boot, they wrote some kind of response, and you are not at the boot right now. Who would clear the form up? Right, that's the issue that you get with the real life use, that okay, somebody filled the form, now another person has to clear it, write things themselves and do the whole shenanigan. Now you have auto clear, so in 60 seconds if somebody doesn't use the forms, it will auto clear and it's fresh for the another person to use. And you can also have like these kiosk mode saved in the JSON, so it auto loads whenever anybody uses the config, or you can do it every time if you want that. Plus it goes into full screen mode now, so you don't get all those like window controls, tab bar, and everything. So you get a single view of the form app only, so users don't have to struggle and see where I need to click. A preview pane. So earlier it was you write JSON, then you load it up, then you see how the form was, then you go back, you again write JSON, then you again load it up. So it was a whole circle of life. So this is something which I faced. So we build the preview pane. So now you edit the form, you see on the right side the preview of it, and you know, okay, this is how the form would look in the end. So you don't have to go that whole circle of life. Form history. This is again one struggle which I faced. So let's say I am developing the app. I need to go and again open the CSV, again open the JSON, and again I won't use it. With browsers, I bookmark the link, I open the link, my form is there. I just go to the history, I open it, it's there. So we build the history pane, so you can automatically open the form which you opened last time easily without having to do the whole thing. Response preview window, so you don't have to open the CSV in, let's say, LibreOffice Calc or some kind of spreadsheet application. You can just open all the responses directly from the app itself. That was another of the issue, that, okay, I want to see who submitted the form responses quickly, or I want to delete it quickly. Now I have to open it up in a whole spreadsheet viewer, import it, save it, do all kind of things. Now I can just view them directly from the app. I don't have to go to any of that applications. And the last one, sync. So I know I said it's built for only offline purposes, but then we realized that not everything can be offline in the world. There needs to be sometimes some internet access involved. So the app is offline first. You don't need internet absolutely. If you don't have internet, if you're living in a jungle, it would still work. It would still save responses. But in case you are fortunate enough to have Wi-Fi, you can connect to your either WebDev, Nextcloud, or Google Sheets account, and you can sync the form. So now if there are 10 boot workers and you get internet, then the form responses would be synced up. The response would still be stored locally first on the CSV, and whenever it gets the internet, maybe let's say after 1 hour, 2 hour, whenever you get the access, you can either manually sync up by the sync now button, or it would automatically sync if the form is still open for you. So this is how the user feedback sync field opens up. So you can open a dialog box. You can select if you want to sync, if you want to disable the whole sync thing. If you want to, then with which platform do you want to sync? And then you can select it and it will store the responses. So this is like user case story which Mod also gave me that. Now what we can do is we can print a QR code with the Google Forms link. So you can do it on your home systems. When you are at the home, you can fill the Google form. But if you connect the same spreadsheet with the same layout to Open Forms, then at the conference you can still collect responses, but locally. And people at the home can still use Google Forms whenever they want to give responses. And all of them go to the same CSV. So all of these features are to be shipped soon. They are still not landed in the app. I'm still testing them out, but they are pushed to the GitHub repository except the sync part that I need to first check a lot more. So what I learned is there are still plenty of apps that could be developed. We always think that, okay, everything is developed in the world, but these stories are when you know that, okay, there are still things missing that we need to create as application developers and go behind them and solve real life use cases. And that nobody likes to write JSON. GUI is more important sometimes. And like there are multitudes of release that goes into making a thing usable for everyday use. It's not one day that you spin up an app and it's done. You have to keep iterating and iterating, collect user responses, collect the feedback, and then involve them in your journey. The power of GUADEC is that Ubuntu boot led to a solution in the GNOME platform, which will help maybe a lot more communities rather than just Canonical or just GUADEC or just GNOME, right? So conferences like GUADEC or GNOME Asia or GNOME Latam, like they're KDA Academy, like all of these are conferences, right? And they help bring people together from different companies, maybe Igalia, Red Hat, Fedora, Red Hat, Fedora, same thing, but like Canonical and like all those companies come together and they share one roof, and then you can see, okay, what problem everybody is facing and then fix them up real time. The app is available as a Flatpak manifest. Like I haven't hosted it on FlatHub yet. I still need to see the whole process of it, but it's available on Snap Store because Canonical Ubuntu and those things. And the source code is open, so if anybody wants to check it out, and bug fixes and reports are what we want. These are some of the future scope. I need more accessibility support because DIY, and I want more people to be able to use it. And let's rethink apps, not forms, all apps, because everywhere there could be scope of improvements. So do we have time for questions, or if there are any? Okay. Thank you, everybody. And I hope you use it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Aryan. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. We can take questions in the coffee break or also on chat. Maybe you can keep an eye, Aryan, on the chat. And yes, the coffee chat is right in front of the track 1 room, so near the registrations, and it's until 11:25. So I think we have a little over 15 minutes, and then we will see you back for the next talk. Thank you.
did not submit this talk. For a long time, I thought that contribution was something you did after you knew enough. Turns out for me, it happened the other way around. Work is that bit of understanding which can be corrected later. So by the time I was returning as an organizer at
Yeah.
Okay, we will start again. Welcome everyone. This is Silas Singh, and he will talk about the great work that GNOME Nepal is doing.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. So, I am Silas Singh from the Nepal, and I am the GNOME Foundation member and the co-lead of the GNOME Nepal. So, talking about me, I am the open source contributor and maintainer of the GNOME Nepal, and professionally, I am the senior system network administrator with 6+ years of experience as the stack. And my journey starts from 2023 in Kathmandu when GNOME Asia first time happens in 2023. So as there I was attendee, then I volunteer involuntarily in the GNOME Asia. Then after the idea and initiative of GNOME Nepal come to Aditya, the lead of GNOME Nepal, and he picked me as a volunteer. Then I started taking the instruction section, maintaining, and then the participation increases of the GNOME Nepal, and we got into 2024, went for international speaker GNOME Asia, then 25, and so on. So, like already I said, building about the community from nothing to like something. Here is the topic. So imagine this. GNOME is the one of the niche topic you could ever discuss. It's not like you are talking about Linux. It's not you are talking about some sort of programming language. It's the GNOME. Yeah. Imagine this. You are talking to some sort of community who don't know what GNOME is about. There are no contributors, there is no funding, there are no local events. University have never heard of it, and that was the Nepal previously in 2023. Then after 2023 we started GNOME Nepal, and here we are. After 3 years of continuous dedication, we managed to other people contributors and other people know about the what GNOME is. So this is not about just the like achievement talk of what what Nepal is doing. It's about the community, how you can build the community. We have built the community from the scratch. We build the community from the scratch, and we don't want to stick into the like national level. We don't want to stick in the single place. We want to expand it to like from like a local community to national level, then international level, and South Asia. Then how to explore it. So first of all, for doing anything, everything, everyone has the same slide. First, understand the problem. What's the problem about? How we can like update ourselves before like going into the community. What sort of problem we face? First, we have to understand the problem. Then we can build another solutions for that. So in the initial phase, most of the communities don't grow because they don't have the awareness. No mentors, no funding, language barrier, volunteer burnout, and contributor pathway. But thing is, the awareness means you have to do the awareness. You go to like some places, you just tell them. It's like marketing, but not paid marketing. It's marketing means if it's your project, if it's your product, if it's GNOME, then you have to tell, look, this is GNOME. You have to understand this. This is GNOME. It does this. It use this. It use here. So you have to make awareness. And the thing is that awareness is not enough. There are lots of community out there. There are lots of awareness out there. But what we need for growing the community is the mentorship. So proper mentorship, proper roadmap is good. So one who have good mentors can achieve their goal within very short period of time. In the similar way, no funding. So funding doesn't mean about money. So funding can be of different types. So funding doesn't mean about money. Funding means supporting. You need if you are in the growing phase, you need the like logistic, venue, on premises, site events. So that sort of funding we need. And obviously, like we are in the GUADEC 2026, so I am from the Nepal, maybe anyone from any country. So there are multiple language barriers we have faced, and we are here now. The same we face in the Nepal, the language barriers. I speak English too, I speak Nepali too, and there are other sort of region they speak different indigenous language of their native places. So for the expansion of the community, we need we need to cross the language barriers. And language barriers only not the thing. If you are starting the committee, there is obviously it's small, 2 people, 3 people, 4 people starting the committee, then after it grows. But that time, during the time period of time growing phase, we totally burn out, because you have to work day and night, you have to contribute day and night. It doesn't like get ready within a day. It takes years contribution to get the result. So volunteer burnout is like usually like it grow as the time. Then contributor pathway. So pathway means once you like face some of the challenges, then you like make, okay, first I have to do this, then this, then this. So you make steps, what milestone I have to achieve. So it will reduce our effort, and it will reduce our what say calories. So as I already mentioned, our starting point was 2023. I started in 2023 with a small meetups. The initiative come up with for growing the making the community. We take the supports from few volunteers without any regular activities, without any regular meetups, and without any pipeline for deploying it, like how we go and conduct. It's like sometimes friends are sitting in the like place, let's do this, and we are doing this. So that's how it get initiated. So for anything to do, we need the proper framework, proper structure to work on properly. So we went through a lot of things, so that's why we derived some framework that work for us, hope that work for others too. So it's generally general type. So what we did is we raised the awareness program. Then we, after awareness program, okay, this is GNOME, how it does. Then we educate them what it does. We give them theory, give them sessions, everything, we give them hands-on. Then we expect from our side, we give them everything, and we expect any participation, any questions, anything that can happen, interactions. Then that interaction can be count as contribution may be technical, non-technical, anything, everything can be counted as the contribution. And for that contribution to be go more one step above, we need mentorship that helps to make good leadership. And if we repeat this repeatedly, consistently, then we can definitely grow the community. We can, like every community, successful community has these things in the consistent pace. So while building the awareness program, we start from the schools. Like there are only 2 laptops. We started from the schools. We just teach them what we are doing. Then after I went to like college, university lab. Then I showed them the actual laboratory, coding things, technical things, non-technical things. Then yes, and any of the like community without meetup is like kind of dead. So we are here, this is the event, it's also a kind of meetup of sharing our contributions, sharing our knowledge. So we did lot of meetups there in the Nepal for every month, bi-monthly, quarterly. We like organize event, we organize the meetups, we meet, and we participate in the different programs, Software Freedom Day, any other college, university, if organizing anything, and we go there and participate. So what it makes that if you are visible to anyone, if you are visible to everyone, you get noticed. Definitely you get noticed. So first thing is awareness building, you have to get noticed first. So like why we choose the like university, why not other thing? There are like other offices who are already offices who are, there are lots of employees who are already sound in technical knowledge. But why we choose the universities? Because they are curious students who are learning, who are in the pace of learning. If you teach them, their perspective would change. If we show them how we gonna do this, if we teach them about open source, okay, open source is this, how you do this, and how you can implement this, then they can take in their habits. Then they have existing clubs, so existing clubs have their own hierarchy, own agenda, own policies, so that would help them to like perform the action easily. And definitely if it is the university, then definitely they have the faculty support, teachers, venue supports, funding, and the yearly renewal handover process. So if any one of the committee guys just take the seat, I won't leave the seat, then it would be dead after some time. The handover process, renewal process should be continue to like make good community. So designing workshop, so we did lot of workshop, but designing workshop doesn't mean technical things I want to tell about, not the technical thing. Don't teach software, teach curiosity. It actually means I'm teaching the perspective. We did lot of workshop, we did lots of events, but the thing is we are doing to change the perspective. We are teaching curiosity. If we explain the students, if we explain the any newcomers what it is, what you can do, not teaching how to use it, what it is, what you can do, you can explore the many possibilities around there. So contribution is the something in the open source, contribution is the something that is for the first time it is difficult, then after it goes on, and it completely goes on. So first, to do this workshop means first contribution can be of different type, technical, non-technical, as mentioned earlier. But workshop means first need perspective. You have to work on your perspective, on agenda inside your mind, then join the first contribution you can do is working on yourself, your perspective, and join the community. Just one button, you join the community. You get to the event, you join the committee. Then small tasks, we do like lots of, if we are here, we do volunteers, it's just a small tasks. We are joining the committee, we're doing small tasks here. And after the special thing is documentation. Maybe I am talking right now here, maybe you guys can forget after 1 year, 2 year, you guys can forget my name, but documentation is the thing. If you got stuck to anything, you come over and read the things. That's the documentation. Then every committee have their own language, native language. We need localization and translation, because there is no point of using software if you are not getting into it properly. So that's why we need translation. And then gets to the like, obviously you are totally burn out like doing all of this, and we need what? Excitement. That's what called events. You need time and often events. And events like make lots of people of similar minds, different minds, share their own opinions, and there we get ideas, lots of ideas. And last one is coding. So why I keep coding in the last part? There are lots of coder out there. They can code efficiently, but they may lack the above things. That's why coding is also the one of the contribution. Not coding, you can do all of this, and it also count as the like contribution to the community. So this is mentorship. So basically, event inspire, mentorship retains. What event inspire? As already mentioned, events give you the excitement. It give you excitement. Okay, I have to do this. I have to join this. But it doesn't count you are going to the path. You go to the event, you enjoy it, you come to home, and so okay, it's fine. You upload the photo, it's done. But mentorship retains what? The audience, the contribution. They build the contribution. They build the leaders. They build the way of path. So mentorship retains the audience. That's why we need the proper mentorship, and good mentors always build the good leaders. So language matters. Why we say language matters? Because I am here in Spain talking in English. What if here are using totally like only understanding the Spanish? What would I do? So first thing is localization. What I do is language, why local? We need local language to be like translated. Local language, local people should translate it in their own native language. There are softwares, there are everything, there are documentation who are translated in the local language, materials in their native language. And this language matters because language create the communication, and the good communication help to like sustain for long term. Yes. And it is easily accessible. If you are communicating with anyone, if I am communicating with you audience, and the audience is communicating with me, then it can be easily accessible. We can work on the long run. So those were the things that we did, the framework things. But what the real examples we did actually? So real example is GNOME Nepal. So this is GNOME Nepal is the local chapter of the GNOME Foundation, back supported by GNOME in the Nepal. As the idea started in 2023. We work on it. We collaborated with lots of things, and we, like as earlier in another talk we have shared, we started from 2 people, 3 people. We started the contribution. We started to meet the people, but people won't meet with us. Why they meet with us? Who we are? Nothing. No one for them. But we keep on consistency. We do free of things. Obviously open source doesn't means everything need to be free. Something need to be free of cost. So we teach everyone, students, college, free of cost. If you want to have this, I will do online meetings. I'm into the tech. So first thing I was doing is I was totally into the tech, not in the non-tech. So I was doing the sessions, workshop, and the thing is right, teaching technically is not everything. There are people who are interested in non-technical things. So so what we till now what we have impacted is we impact the student. So if you see these are the statistics. These are the statistics. 1,000 plus participants, 1,000 plus students I have teached so far, 10 plus college I have visited, new volunteer these are the statistics. But the student impact actually means how many students are actually following it. I teach thousands, but how many of them are working in it? I went to 10 plus campus. How many campus are revisiting me? How many are organic? How many are retention rate? How they are coming to me? So student impact is like we are creating the buzz. First, we are creating the buzz that we are doing this. If they are coming to us, that's called actual impact. If are implementing is, that's the actual impact. So we did lots of community activities during the time of day, like hackathon, meetups, online parties, online sessions, release parties, everything we did to like gain the gain the students, and gain the professional students. Some of them are professional students, some they are professional working one only, some they are students and part-time. So we gain their attention. So we gain the attention of others, and like we started the community activities, which increase the engagement in our GNOME Nepal. So in order to grow larger sector, we do the regional collaboration. As already mentioned, we are GNOME Nepal as the local chapter of the GNOME Foundation. We are back supported by the GNOME. In the infrastructure, they support us as a back support. But what we did is like by ourselves, lot of things we did ourselves. That's why GNOME supported us. GNOME Nepal is located in the Kathmandu, and we did lots of things, lots of meetup. We earlier mentioned, but for this we have like reached to GNOME Asia, no Ubuntu community, university college club set up with a collaboration, and the UbuCon Asia. Before this year we have went there. So UbuCon Asia 2025 is the real thing that you can say, like you can count on. We went through like collaboration. This regional collaboration teaches that a small community collaborate with multiple communities can create great impact. We were the small communities. We collaborate with multiple government organization, non-government organization, small communities, and we create Asia level committee in the Asia level program in the Nepal. So that's what regional collaboration told us. So I told like everything was ideal till now. Everything was ideal till now. I did like we have to do this, we have to do that. Like this is the way you can grow this, but everything not easy as you think. There are ups and downs. So I hide the downs till now. So let's see what are downs. So we fail a lot of time as we in the growing phase, as in the even in the student phase, is the growing phase. Same with the committee, we fail in many times, and some of the we fell through the workshop. There were low attendance of the peoples attending there. There were very few peoples attended our workshop. There are some volunteers that disappeared during the time of the events. Like some we have launched some idea but never get launched. And what did we learn? It is natural. It happens. Definitely it's gonna happen. If you are trying to do something new, it won't get like a rocket high rocket in the one place. It will fail many times so that you can correct them, curate them. So what biggest challenges we face is the funding. As earlier I mentioned, funding means we want to do the event, we want to do the support the peoples, but what we need is logistic, what we need is the venue, what we need is the people who can support us as a in kinds, not the money. So that's what the first biggest challenge every community will face, the funding, the support from the others thing. And now the burnout. If I am the only one who teaching everything to to everyone, that's not gonna work. It may work for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, but definitely I'm going to burn out. And there is come the like delegations of the works and language barrier, infrastructure and retention. The main issue was the retention. We did lot of event. We go to the event which have 200 number of participants, 2000 number of participants, but the retention rate was very few. So what we can do to engage, like increase that retention rate? So there we some of the idea get tricked. Like while you are working with any of your ideas, then some of the idea get tricked and we will get within the right path. So these are the thing. We partnership with the university. Lots of university started to come to us. We created a small mentoring group, regional collaboration and all, and everything works perfectly for these things, and that's how we get up. So maybe you can forget everything, but like I still told lots of things that may like make sense to you, that may not make sense to you. But even though you forgot everything, but you can take the key takeaways that we have generalized. The 5 principle, so small, 5 principle. Start small, build people, not events. So we are not building any events. Many of the like things get failed because some of the people's wait for the events, and after the events they could not continue their like cycle of consistency. So build the people. If you build the people, you can conduct many of the events around here and there. So that's the matter. Make contribution easy. Maybe I am the one non-technical background, I am from like say non-tech background. How could I contribute? So contribution should be open for everything and every people. Share the leadership. So what leadership sharing means, you are not the only leaders. You should share, you should hand over, you should know when to step in and when to step out from your place, because you can't hold your position for a long time. You should hand over the process. So there's the share the leadership, and this is the consistency that should be repeated. And the KPI, the key performance indicator that we have mentioned earlier, that if you have numbers, always the company said, if you have good numbers, you are the good KPI, good indicators. But everything is not the numbers. What the number shows, it may only show the GitHub stars, it may only show the repositories, but how efficient is, how useful is the repository, how useful is the contributions, how impactful, that matters. Instead, we could focus to the new contributors who are contributing, who are coming back to us, returning to us, and new organizers. We can focus to new organizers, student leaders, and community partnership. These are the things that would sustain for a long time. If we are working solo, then there is very hard time we have to go through. If we are in the collaboration, then we can function very smoothly. So, and now if I'm thinking like if I have to start everything from like, it took me like 3 years. It took us 3 years to be like GNOME Nepal, today GNOME Nepal that we built today. Yeah, it took us 3 years. So if I have to start everything from the scratch, what I would do partnership with the university. I would directly talk to the university. I would not only create the event, I would create the mentorship program, proper roadmap session, delegate our powers, delegate our teams, other like sessions with a proper plan, agenda and policies. And definitely we measure the retention, not the attendance is not always important. The thing is retention. You may have 1,000 of friends in the Facebook, but how many of like you can text them, and how many of them get back to you? It's always matters. Simple as. So if I can do this, you also can do. So no matter how big, no matter how small you are, you can start your own committee by following the consistency. And if you guys have any questions, you guys can ask. So this is me. If you can't ask now, you can ask later. That's it. Thank you. Anything? What? Anyone
Any
have
questions?
anything to questions? No questions? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The next session will be by Kripa Kanal from Nepal about her journey in GNOME and other open source communities. It is pre-recorded. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, I am Kripa from Kathmandu, Nepal. I almost did not submit this talk. For a long time, I thought that contribution was something you did after you knew enough. Turns out for me, it happened the other way around. These days, I spend most of my time around open source communities working on documentation, advocacy, and organizing events. But the interesting part isn't any of those titles. It's that this whole journey kind of started because I won a sticker. And no, that's not a metaphor. I still remember giggling over this random GNU head sticker that I had won at NOSC info session in college. They had this orientation by Nepal Open Source Club, and I thought it looked cool, and that was about the extent of my relationship with Linux. Then 2 days later, I skipped a class to watch a senior install Fedora on my very uncool Celeron laptop. So what caught the attention of mine was not Fedora itself, it was how they installed the software. So I was so used to with downloading installers and watching the progress bar kind of crawl across the screen, and we clicked next a couple different times and we waited for things to get extracted, and here they were just typing a few different commands and maybe confirming a prompt once in a while, but that was it. And whatever package they wanted, whatever dependency they needed to install, whatever version they wanted, they did not have to go around different bunch of websites and click a different things and like go to different pages of the websites. And I did not have any idea around what those commands were, but I just knew that I wanted to understand what those commands were. So I decided to try it myself. The first distribution that I actually installed on my own was Ubuntu, mostly because everyone kept telling that it was beginner friendly, which to be fair, it was. Maybe I was the difficult part because I kept on encountering these different bunch of issues. A lot, like there are actual photos from what I encountered. On one attempt, the installer failed while setting up the bootloader, basically the part that lets the computer start the operating system. And on another, I was staring at the pages, or like getting lost at the pages of the system logs that looked really important, like they had this piece of information, but it was very unreadable to me at the time. But I just had this habit of taking screenshots of every screen that I came across. Like I did not want the moving information to get lost, and I even sometimes whip up my phone and just tilted photos of here and there of what it showed on the screen, so that later on when I had to ask to a senior or like any other person to get help, I could refer to those screenshots. I did not know what was supposed to be done next, and I had spent a lot of time through YouTube videos, and I used to hit these limits on ChatGPT, the free version of ChatGPT that I used to use, and I copied commands from different websites and different forums, and it was just because of the trust that someone with a remotely similar issue of a different hardware entirely maybe said that it worked. And I started asking for help on Discord communities and the GNOME community that we have here in Nepal, the Ubuntu Nepal community, and the community leads that they operate these communities with. They are very supportive, and they would respond with messages or like replies like try this command, or like can you run this and send the output, or like send me the certain portion of the terminal what it shows, and then run the command and then show me again. And I was basically borrowing other people's experiences until I could navigate my own. And later, those screenshots could be usable in blog posts. And I started writing down what I had tried and what failed and what finally worked. And I realized that even while I was still learning, I was already creating something useful for somebody who would come to this phase after I would have gone past that phase. And that is how basically everything works in here. At the same time, I also started discovering that open source was not just something happening online. There were actual people and communities around me. And the first major conference experiences for me was GNOME Asia Summit 2023, which happened in Kathmandu. And I had went there alone on the third day from my class. I was in college still, and what I took away from that experience was that curiosity itself was valued. Like I didn't have to have already known or like have this advanced knowledge on how things or particular things work. And turns out that someone from my own college, from a different department, was the only Nepali speaker that year. And some of my seniors were also part of the organizing committee, is what I discovered later. So I didn't have to stay with them all the time, like throughout all the tracks, but asking questions and listening and being interested was enough to be a part of the conversations that were happening there. Like I remember this session where there was this orientation of Krita, which I understood as an alternative to Adobe. And I realized this gap between someone who contributes and someone who is still learning, which much smaller than I had imagined. So someone answered my beginner questions without making me feel out of place. And recently I found myself trying to create that same feeling for someone else. Like, because if whether it's if it's a bug report or like a blog post or like a small npm package, people are more likely to contribute or like keep contributing when someone notices. And one thing I've carried from open source into my work is that recognition matters, and nothing is too small or too less valuable on those sorts. So a colleague where I work with kind of built an npm package for handling the Nepali calendar. It was handy to apply to all the date pickers across the system that we had, and nobody had really stopped to acknowledge that someone from the team had built it and shared this. Like they used it, but like they didn't acknowledge it enough. And so I suggested that we celebrate it internally, but not because it was a huge project, but because someone had seen a problem and they had solved it, and it was usable for other people who would be working in the same space. So like it was a contribution. uh, and later on, when the person that built it said something like along the lines of, if I knew that company was going to appreciate it or like acknowledge me for that in this way, I will always work on building much cooler stuff than this, is what he said. And that reminded me why communities kind of matter a lot. And back when doing Software Freedom Day with NOSC in 2024, actually, I'm sorry, I realized that you understand things much better when you try to explain them to someone else. We had this stalls of merch of LibreOffice, and then there were games and everything. So when you organize a workshop and answer someone's question or like help someone get started, you start noticing the gaps in your own understanding, which can be corrected later. So by the time I was returning as an organizer at UbuCon Asia 2025, I saw this trust between strangers. People from around 11 different countries were there, like contributors, organizers, developers, and community members. And I found myself having these conversations with people from projects like OnlyOffice and Nextcloud and many others. And what surprised me uh, was that they never made me feel like I didn't belong in those conversations. Like everyone respected that people were at different stages of their journey, and you could be someone maintaining a project or like someone making their first small contribution, and both were valuable. So participation does not require complete understanding, like partial understanding also works. And you don't have to try to start by writing a major feature or like becoming an expert in everything, then try to start. Like you can start small. Maybe it could be creating a GTK theme or like wallpaper contributions or like improving a translation or like fixing a small typo in documentation or like raising minor PRs on repositories like anti-gravity's awesome skills is a repository I recently saw. Or like just simply answering a question or like just sharing something you've learned, because small contributions are still contributions. And I actually wanted to be a part of spaces like this earlier, but sometimes timing and circumstances don't work out. What matters is that communities keep growing, and seeing people like me from Nepal here today reminds me how far we've come. And I started with a sticker that I thought was cool. You can start with whatever you have, and you can start by documenting what works, what doesn't work, and trust that the community will meet you where you are. Thank you.
right. Next presentation will be after lunch break.
Hi everyone. I started with a sticker that I thought was cool. You can start with whatever you have, and you can start by documenting what works, what doesn't work, and trust that the community will meet you where you are. Thank you.
All right, we will start the next session. Thank you for joining. We're a bit behind schedule, but this one is definitely worth the wait. It's Marcus and Malina talking about the work on papers.
So, hello? Hello? Do I have to turn it? I don't have to turn on anything. So you can hear me, and that's the most important thing, because maybe you know a few things I'll be talking about. Maybe you don't. The last time I talked about papers was 2 years ago when I was Google Summer of Code intern myself. Since then, a few things happened, including me becoming a maintainer of papers and me having less time for papers for the last 6 months. But what changed over the course of the last year? Anyone that does not know what papers is? Good. Papers is the document viewer you might be using because it became the default document viewer in GNOME, the joint GNOME core. In GNOME 48, I think it was. But it does a few other things related to presenting documents, including we are the printing previewer, and we provide thumbnailing for Nautilus. So if you touch documents in GNOME, you might be doing it through our work. After we forked events and started working on getting it to GTK4, refactoring a lot of things, cleaning up. That means we are 1 year with you. And one thing that changed since last time I spoke about it, that was the last thing that happened before we joined GNOME Core, was working on accessibility, because accessibility is important. It is a requirement for GNOME Core, but it's also extremely complicated to get right. I promise you we did not get it right, but we improved a lot over the years, including, but not limited, due to a lot of refactoring. As you can see, this screenshot is showing that every single page is a widget, which is not the case for events. It is now, for the past year, it has been this way, which allows us to do one thing, implementing that these provide text. So the accessibility text interface is being able to being implemented for this. If you are using a screen reader, you might know that it reads a lot of text if those widgets are large. So it was not feasible for us to just implement it for the complete document. But this is the improvement we made, including more improvements to enhance this in the future. And that future arrived for some parts of it, but by abstracting away that we have elements in the document and creating not just this way of recycling widgets, just similar to, from GTK list view, GTK grid view, all those GTK list-based entities. We implemented it ourselves for performance reasons, mostly, and being able to influence it later by changing the layouting for continuous and non-continuous mode. We get to back later in a few minutes. That enabled us to add those layers I was talking about. For annotations, that was you can see these annotations are hand-drawn. Those are not the ones you drag with your mouse. You can actually, when you have a tablet like this one, you can take a pencil and draw on the document. That is what Lucas did. Lucas cannot be with us today, but we have to be grateful for all this work on that, for these work. because Lucas did not just write it once. Lucas wrote it once, then pitched it to us. Then we said we might consider it if it's not too much code. Then Lucas rewrote it. Then I told Lucas that for accessibility, I had to have this great idea of abstracting everything. But I did not yet implement this abstraction fully. Then Lucas said, hey, I can help you with it. Lucas helped me with it, and then implemented it a third time, only to then become a maintainer. Then the next thing was we had an internship, Google Summer of Code internship last year, which allows us, which worked on getting a document viewer that has our rendering layer in another process, not just another thread, which allows us separating them for security reasons, which will allow us to enable multiple tabs, because we can do multiple tabs in papers. We don't, because we don't want you to compromise yourself by having one compromised document and another non-compromised document or something like that. And things continued from there on.
Hi. Oh, it's on. My name is Asman Malika. I'm from Kenya. Those who do not know Kenya, it's in Africa. So, sorry. So, I'm so glad for this opportunity to be here. I'm going to talk about a feature in Papers that I worked on during my internship. I joined GNOME through Outreachy, and I was improving the signing features in Papers. The features that I implemented, one was manual signature and digital signature. So instead of our users going to looking for other application to sign, we want to have them do everything in our application. We don't want them to go away. So that's why we implemented that's why I was working on the manual signature. So I think I could show a bit about how it works. Can I? Unfortunately, we don't have an HDMI cable, but it's very simple. When you want to use the signature features, there's those three. You can use a shortcut, right-clicking. You'll find as like a pop-up will show up, a window. You'll click on it. You'll see somewhere written, add manual signature. That's all that is implemented. You can, when you click on it, it will show a list of signatures that maybe if you had already added a few signatures. If not, you will go to your manage signatures, and if there are no signatures yet, it will take you to another dialog will open up for you to add a signature. Then you will have to draw it. You can either draw your signature or import a signature, because other users may prefer to write a signature on a paper, then import it, use it to sign their document. So we've also implemented that. So you can either draw, you can import a signature that you wrote manually and use it to sign your document, right? There's also digital signature that you use the certificate to sign your document. So we implemented all those to enable our users, our users to be able to get everything in one place, to make it easy for you to use Papers. So that's all Papers is about.
Thank you very much. And
how many minutes left? 3.
One. And
one
your things.
Yeah.
Sorry, your things will land in 51, right?
Okay.
So you don't have it yet, but you will have it in probably 6 to 7 months. Your work.
Okay. So before you proceed, I want to thank GNOME for giving me the opportunity, because when I joined, I got the internship. I was only 18 months in tech, and my skills really it helped me grow my skills, and the skills I got working on papers helped me got another job with Igalia. I really appreciate the opportunity. And since my mentor is not here, he has an emergency. I hope you all know him, Lucas Baudin. He also played a very big role in my growth as a software engineer, and I owe him and Marcus as well. So thank you, GNOME community. And I hope I'm going to grow and learn more within this community. And also for the opportunity for bringing me to Europe. Actually, it's my first time out of Africa. I really appreciate that. And Mariam, thank you.
Sorry again for interrupting you. And because Lucas has been holding up papers lately, I want to say the next part in the words Lucas wrote for the abstract. Then we're going to try to lure new contributors into papers development. And I think that is important. Those are things that are being worked on, including adding and removing pages is what Lucas has been working on recently. It works, but we'll see. And what are those projects that's not been worked on that are interesting? I'll have a few slides for them. I'll go through them quickly. If you want to know, you can always contact us on Matrix, and you'll find someone will be responding to you. Those projects, those interesting projects are including, but not limited to, autocropping. Documents have borders because documents are usually made to be printed, but those can be calculated, and then we can crop it, and instead of showing a hard border, we can just use the margin. We can just draw over the margin of the document, and that makes it smoother, especially for smaller devices, including but not limited to things like these running GNOME. That would help a lot. If you're interested in it, come join us in our Matrix room. Then you could we could also get some help with if someone wanted. This is how it looks in Foliate. If you open a EPUB, why not do that in papers as well? Or improving bookmarks. We removed a few things from bookmarks because they were not easily ported. Like you could bookmark things in events, but you cannot in papers. It's feasible. We have an idea how to do it using annotations. If you want it to come back, we're not opposed to it. We just didn't have time to do it. So if you do have time, come to us. Or if you want to look into the back end more, I have some ideas of how to improve the pixbuf cache, because it's called pixbuf cache due to the reason that pixbuf used to be a thing. It's no longer pixbuf cache, but it's still called that way, and that is because it's extremely old and it has the opportunity for a lot of refactoring, including those things I talked about earlier, that I have widget recycling for single pages. You can do binding. You bind a specific page to this widget, and you could write the cache in a way that it's reacting to that, knowing that how many pages are displaying it in which dimensions, including the sidebar and the main view, and using that to cache more or less. And last thing is we will be probably the new printing portal, and the preview site is already there because we are that, but we need to work on changing the way how we negotiate things with GTK and papers, meaning things move out of from GTK into its own application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. There's no time left for questions, but you can, of course, ask questions in the hallway. All
right, you're in.
Oh. Thank you.
Okay, microphone's on now.
Yeah, thank you for joining us again. This time for Tobias and Julian, who will talk about local first desktop.
All right. Yeah. So wait. Okay. Cool. Welcome. We're gonna talk about local first on the desktop. And I guess maybe for the topic it makes sense to zoom out just a little bit and start with some geopolitical context. I think like us, the people here at these kinds of conferences, have been thinking about technology in a more political sense for a long time. But I think for a lot of people, they realized only recently, like, fuck the Americans, fully control all of our infrastructure, and also they're fascists now, which is not ideal. But also, it sort of creates this moment where like a lot of people who maybe otherwise wouldn't have cared about the kind of stuff we care about now are all about like, oh yeah, whatever, we need to figure out how we actually know where our data is going, and like privacy and whatever, like infrastructure. And this could have been a great moment where like, here's the perfect solution, like switch to free software and solves all these problems. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff we don't have at the moment, especially around like mobile and sort of the kind of security stuff that people expect from mobile. You can't really tell people realistically like use this like Fedora laptop instead of their iPhone because we don't have the same kind of offline security. But also like collaborative tools is a very sort of lacking area. Like there's not really like a great alternative to things like Google Docs or whatever, Figma, stuff like that. But I think closer to home, like also even at the system level, like collaboration and like sort of sync across your laptops even isn't a solved problem in our space. And I think in general, like in the free software space, it's full of these sort of almost solutions where it's like OpenStreetMap is theoretically like Google Maps, except it doesn't have an app, and then there are some apps, but they don't have restaurants, and also the routing doesn't work. And it's like, okay, for the general public, that doesn't fully solve the problem, and so they don't care. And I think for some of us, for I don't know, sometime the feeling has been maybe we should be slightly more strategic and like actually push a few of these things fully over the line instead of having 7 implementations of this thing and none of them fully work. And also, I think we need to be serious about the fact that the world has changed, and a lot of the assumptions that we used to make, or I think in some cases are still making, about sort of how stable the world is, like whatever, from geopolitics to supply chains to everything else, and we need to actually be building for that. And I think that is sort of the broad context within which some of us came together as this new structure, which is called Modal Collective. And I think, so in general, it's just like a loose formation of people from various projects, not just GNOME, but also, for example, PostmarketOS, P2Panda, Flatpak, Systemd, various other people. Thinking sort of about broadly across the stack, how can we actually solve some of these problems strategically and sort of in a way that addresses the moment, I guess. And I think for us, that also starts from maybe raising or thinking about our goals a little bit differently. Because I think software freedom has always been a useful frame, and I think it's still a useful frame, but it's the start. It's not like the whole thing. Obviously, you need individual and collective control over the source code, but you also, and I think in GNOME we've always known this, you need stuff to be designed first, because otherwise it's only for nerds. You need to think about accessibility, you need to think about just in general, like sort of who is this actually for, right? But I think nowadays, all these additional questions sort of become extremely relevant, like sustainability and resilience, just the like general brittleness of infrastructure, whether that be supply chains for getting new hardware, or like internet infrastructure, and also on a security level, like everything is getting much more dangerous, and we need to be much more paranoid in the design of all our systems. And sort of from like the broad idea is that we want to do something about all of these things from Modal. And we sort of, out of that, catalyze like a few specific goals. One of them is image-based, just because that gives you robustness and security in a way that you can't get otherwise. There's the idea of we actually need a non-Android, non-iOS mobile platform. We need local first sync, because we think that's the only way to like get some kind of practical sync that doesn't depend on gigantic infrastructure things, but we'll get to that later. want and need old hardware to still work, both for sort of sustainability reasons, but also because of practical reasons. Like maybe you can't get new devices with whatever sufficient RAM anymore, because now RAM costs €1 billion. And I think all of that sort of comes together as like the app ecosystem as the thing that actually makes it viable. Because if you have this great platform and no apps, that's not gonna work either. So I think for us, all of these kind of like work together and support each other. And we're working on various pieces of this over the past year or so. And we're pretty flexible in how to do this. We've done a number of things so far, and we're continuing to do more similar things. Like whether that be development, design, grant writing, just generally organizing people and sort of seeing how we can advance our goals. And sort of we put this in the general frame of like, what if there was a free software iPhone? It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but also like we do actually sort of want a thing that has all those properties, that is, supports mobile, has the level of security of an iPhone, is as easy and approachable as an iPhone, but gives you sort of the rights and like whatever ethical properties of the stuff that we make. And the stack for that is not going to be a surprise for any of the people here. It's just a regular sort of GNOME stack. And then maybe the one thing that not everyone knows is P2 Panda, which is a local first sync framework that we're going to talk a lot more about. And what we do then in practice is just sort of in existing projects, all of the things you saw there, push things forward that are needed to unblock these goals. Often that takes the shape of just organizing grants. I think whatever, there's a hidden superpower in the filling out forms, and a few of us have gotten pretty good at it. So like, for example, we had this prototype fund thing for reflection last year. We're talking about that today. There's a new prototype fund thing starting last month that's about tooling for immutable operating systems. We were heavily involved with the systemd STF project that's currently ongoing, and there's a not yet announced project about Flatpak that will be announced soon. And for example, like just sort of as a thing that probably is not going to happen, but like we also submitted a Horizon bid earlier this year, which was a very interesting learning experience. Let's let's see if that goes anywhere. But yeah, so this is the kind of thing we're interested in unblocking, because we see them like sort of as an opportunity that we're not really taking in this ecosystem. But yeah, today the talk is specifically multi-device sync, so all the other stuff is a little bit bracketed out. But there, the context is essentially that for the last, I don't know, 15 years or so, like the proprietary ecosystems have had sync and collaboration, and we have not, for the most part, other than like some minor integrations, like there's an online account thing for Nextcloud that is not used anywhere. And I think like there are like various reasons for that, but fundamentally like just the economic structure of like having to run servers and like having admins there, and like with every additional user it gets more expensive. That doesn't make sense for how we build software, how like this ecosystem works. But there have been new developments on sort of a technical and social whatever level in the last 15 years, in that CRDTs, which are like these data types that automatically like merge without stuff breaking, have gotten much better and much faster. Since, I don't know, I guess around 2020 or something, it kind of hit an inflection point. And also peer-to-peer connectivity has gotten much better. And I think those two things together sort of like make a different way of thinking about syncing possible. And then also there's like this whole community of people who like care about local first as a topic that didn't used to exist. It used to be like cloud is the only thing, and I think now people are more aware that actually maybe we need something else. And I think maybe for those not familiar, just a few words about what local first actually means. Essentially, it's the idea that like you always have data on your device, you can always work, you're never blocked by no network being available. But when there is network, you can do sync and collaboration, and then when you come back online, there's a smooth way to actually whatever merge what happened on the different sides. And there's also this general emphasis on like being able to bring your data between one device or one app to another, and like sort of actually owning that data that you create. And so maybe with these new possibilities, actual indie free software collaborative apps are going to be a possibility. For this, I think a helpful example, as usual, is what is Apple doing? And they have something like this, which I think is sort of just as a frame, right? Like as a developer, you don't need to host a server. There's like a storage contingent already. Someone else is taking care of like this whole login account thing. And you as a developer just care about your app and like what data you need to sort of get in and out of the system. And I think that's sort of what you want. I mean, we also want it to work offline. That's maybe not so much a focus for like the proprietary platforms, but I think like that is sort of where we need to come from as a platform. And then apps ideally are just going to have to use a few APIs and they get sync for free. How to get there is a slightly more complicated question for Julian.
So let me figure out the microphone a little bit. I can hear my echo. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we get there, because the local first community is mostly composed of researchers, and they build experiments and test software, something which is more interesting to like academics, but not so much interesting for actual users. So we little bit like people get stuck kind of. Can you go next slide?
You have a clicker.
Let's see, which button? Okay. So we're a little bit in a deadlock where we don't really have stable APIs, so app developers can't really use them. But nothing gets stabilized because it doesn't really get used. So it's kind of like a self-rotating problem, and we kind of try to jumpstart it with Reflection, which is a really simple use case. It's text-only collaborative text editor to take notes, like in meetings, where we try to explore a lot of UX concepts for other apps, which other apps can copy. Like for example, like the playing around with like identities, with pet name identities, pseudonyms, which, I mean, we know them from proprietary solutions, but like linking them to public keys, and so on. The project was funded by NLNet and Prototype Fund over the last couple of months, couple of years almost. And for the current state of the project, it's a simple text editor. It uses GTK. It fits well in the desktop. The networking collaboration just works. Like you install an app and then you can join documents. Like you need to know the document ID, which we call topic, but that's like more a technical term, which is just a hash. It's published on FlatTap Beta, and we have experimental macOS builds, which we also, like this project, we also a little bit try to use as a testing ground, like to get GTK integration for macOS, like to test it out. It works, but it has its caveats. We didn't do a stable release yet because we kind of want to wait that the entire or the stack a little bit matures. And while working on Reflection, we figured out a couple of problems that we're going to talk about later. But first, we're going to do a quick demo. We tried to do one last year at GUADEC, but we didn't manage to do the demo during 10 minutes or 5 minutes lightning talk. Oh, I can.
Well, you need to tab over there.
Oh, yeah, sure, but you need to show some more.
Right, yeah, you can tap on both things. And this is all the whatever people who are connected. One of them is the device that whatever we were using before. So I guess for some reason this one is never seen. And here you can like share the ID, and then that's what you enter on the other side. And you can select stuff, and if you select stuff,
if I select stuff,
it also works.
It's blue because I'm blue bear, so.
Right, it actually has the color of the user.
It's the GTK default selection color, but I'm blue bear. It's not because of GTK.
Wait, do you want to see more?
You can. You can.
If you go back, you see the documents, but here there's only one.
You can create a new one.
Create a new one. That's what I wanted to do. We're already like very tight on time.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to open
another
my
document. Right.
Oh, I have to clicker. So another thing we also worked on, it was also to improve the developer experience. So we actually give tools to app developers so they can build their own sync capabilities into their own app using Peter Panda, which is like the network stack we're using. It's built on top of IRO, which is a peer-to-peer network written in Rust. So the G-object bindings are introspectable, so they can be used by, we can create bindings, and so they can be used by whatever language you want. We already have bindings for Python, JavaScript, Vala, which I think are untested, but this should work. We don't have Rust ones, which would be nice, so you don't have to statically link to against Peter Panda and the entire stack. You just have it installed on your system and can dynamically link to it. So what G-object bindings do for now is wrap the high-level Peter Panda API, which has some limitations for now, which I'm going to talk a little bit about later. So if you want, in like 50 lines of code, you can add sync capabilities to your app. And if you are a maintainer of an app or want to create a new app, I invite you to try it out. And we already had some developer outreach, like at different events. We did small workshops where we tried to build in a few hours some app that uses the networking stack. For example, in Berlin, I think, at Botting the Ocean, Adrian and other people, I wasn't there, built a simple tic-tac-toe app game across the network with sync capabilities using Peter Panda. So they managed to do that in 2 hours, 1 hour. We also had one online for clipboard sharing, but those are pretty fun. Okay, I thought we were going to talk about it. And during the project, we also, like during the project of reflection, we also researched different areas. Especially like there are a lot of things which usually are done by a server, by a single point, a third party, like authentication, encryption, access control is just done by one single entity. So it's fairly easy to resolve. But in a peer-to-peer network or in a local first stack, we have some tricky questions. What happens if nobody's online? So if you do some changes to a text, like in the case of reflection, you do some changes and then log off or turn off your computer, go out of the office, call your coworker and tell them, can you look at my changes? And then they can obviously not, because you didn't sync with them because they were not online. They were maybe not working at the same time as you. So it's pretty annoying. And that happened to us fairly commonly, where initially we didn't really think that would be a problem. We came up with a solution for it. It's we call it support nodes, where it's quite different than a normal server in like the classical proprietary solutions, where you often have a single unencrypted database where each node or each device talks to the server and syncs just between the server. In our case, is that the support nodes are essentially a device like any other, except they don't have any access to the data, and as far for them, it's only a binary blob, and nodes can, instead of downloading it from a different peer on the network, they just download it from the support node directly, which so as I said, each support node only gets encrypted data, so there's not much metadata exposed. There's no lock-in because the server is really easy. There's no logic in there. It doesn't do anything with the data. It's just plain storage, basically. And therefore, it's also really easy to move between different providers. You just need storage somewhere. And the way to to request it. Also, you can have multiple support nodes directly because they're just different locations where the same data is stored, and it's fairly straightforward. And since it's so easy, like it's just essentially a file storage, or you store binary blob, it's really easy to self-host. There is no complexity. You don't need a hugely powerful machine which does calculations or anything. And oh, did I turn it off? Yes, I did. So we also did some mockups on how it would look in matrix in reflection. So you add a support node with a known address, and then you have like information on how many devices use that support node. Maybe you have a paid subscription, so it's going to expire in 8 months. And essentially, like in the UI, it feels fairly similar to a normal user, except it's a bot. It's an automatic thing which doesn't have access to the data, but it feels still behaves fairly similar to nodes. A different question is, how do I log in? There is no login. Your identity is basically a public key. It's a public key, which makes it much more tricky to verify that you're actually talking to a specific person, because you don't have a third party guaranteeing you that you talk to that specific person. So impersonation and text becomes a real concern. So we need to encourage in-person verification. And we were thinking about having, since users are not really good at reading hashes or random byte strings, like maybe you guys are pretty good at that, but I'm not. So we have pseudonyms like Yellow, Flamingo, which are fun, like they're joyful and they're auto-generated from the public key. But in addition, we also add or think about adding a pet name system. So it's a user-defined, like you have your own address book and you define the name of a specific user, and not the other user tells you their name. So it's a little bit more privacy protective. If we look like at the UX for this, Tobias, I think, came up with this idea, which I kind of like because I worked on Fractal in the past with Matrix, where user verification is an important thing. But like Tobias came up with the solution that in order to store a contact and give them a pet name, you need to verify them in some out-of-band way, like either in person or via phone call or whatever you want to do. But it's like it gives a really strong incentive that you verify them and then you can store them. So it's just part of the flow to verify a user. One more thing which we were thinking, because like the bigger idea is have like a platform API for syncing. What does it mean? We also need context, like how do you identify devices? You don't want to offload that to the app developer. So one of the major things is having a context portal, which provides the context for the application. So the application asks for a contact, and then the user provides it through the portal. And in Plus, since it's one single location, like the server, like the system provides the context, you can also have a backend which uses Peter Panda or whatever peer-to-peer network, or even Nextcloud or whatever you want, to sync across your own devices, your contact list, and you expose always the same API to the app. So let's look at add some mockups Tobias created, is that the app has a list of contacts for, like this is in the case of reflection, you have like the collaborators for the document, and then you add a new one, you get the portal, like here on the right side, your right side. You get a list of contacts, or maybe even a group of contacts, and you share those contacts with the app. And the nice part is that then in contacts, we can expose information like which app is using which contacts. Like, for example, Jan Hendricks is in 12 shared documents using reflection, or 3 shared presentation in Podium, like information like this, because it's all like the contact itself is gathered on a platform level. One other tricky question is, how do we remove old devices? Like, you have a set of devices, how do you remove one? Because if it's offline, how do you tell a device that's offline that it should remove itself from the network? Like, it doesn't listen to you, it's offline. And there access control comes in, which right now Reflection doesn't really support, like it doesn't support it yet because we didn't get around to it, but the Peter Pan stack has it already. So what happens when I come back online? Oh, it's your turn.
Oh, it's my turn. All right. I was gonna take a photo, but my phone storage is full and I wasn't able to clear. This is why we need to be better at handling scarce resources. All right. So yeah, another sort of interesting question, especially with all this fancy merging stuff, is what do people actually expect when they go offline for a week and then they made some changes and then they come back online? And we did a bit of research, and it turns out they're very confused and they don't know what to expect. And I think like sort of what no one expected is it will just work out. They all expected like, oh, whatever, it will delete one of the 2 sides, or like I'm gonna have to manually approve all the changes and so on. And I think the UX difficulty comes on top of the technical difficulty. And I think there's a lot of unexplored territory here, because not a lot of apps are shipping with these kind of CRDT merging strategies yet. And whether or not like that is actually the UX you want to expose, or whether you want to like have that under the hood for when you need it, but then actually like do a more explicit merge strategy, maybe in most cases, is kind of an open question. And it probably also depends on the app and the domain. Maybe in some cases you just don't care. In other cases you like whatever, show a literal diff on 2 sides or something. And we did experiment with that a little bit. But I think this is basically like a whole research project all by itself, sort of how you basically do some basic git merge kind of things for non-developers, or maybe none of that at all. Like maybe, yeah, you somehow find a way to like make it palatable to people that magic will happen. But yeah, tricky. Another thing that came up quite a bit in just like testing and using the app is that currently like sort of each topic, which is like a network, is tied to one document. But in practice, often you have like more like a group that has multiple documents. So in the reflection case, we had like our notes document, we had a roadmap document, we were drafting some blog posts. And so actually we had like maybe 5 to 15 documents. And so then it becomes quite annoying to add all the same people to the same documents. So something we experiment with a little bit UX-wise is like maybe you move the network up 1 layer and then you sync a whole folder, and people can just add stuff to the folder and then it automatically syncs between the same people. But yeah, that's just a design idea for now. Another sort of interesting but experimental idea is I think people like sort of files on their regular file system a lot, because they can do all the normal file operations with them. You can back them up, you can like send them via some other method, you can like just make sure that you will be able to read them forever because it's just a markdown file. But the way like whatever local first works is you have operations, and you like have you need to have an actual database in the app to do this stuff. But what we could maybe do is just like write out like the state from the database to a folder of files, and have that not be sort of the source of truth, but like sort of just write out to it, so it's at least accessible. And potentially we could even like read changes from those files when like whatever something was changed while the app wasn't open, and you just make those operations in like sort of on behalf of that user. There are a lot of weird edge cases probably, and I'd be curious to talk to people who know more about file system APIs. When we were at Linux App Summit, Ada was already like, not sure, but I don't know. I think it would be interesting to explore, because I think the sort of benefits would be real, and if there's some in-between thing we could do where even it's just a read-only directory, that would be great. Right, sorry, already skipped that. And another fun one is deleting stuff, because you know, you have people who can be offline for long periods of time, but then you have other people who want to delete the thing right now. And there's sort of the trade-off, like, do you want to make sure it's deleted right now on this one device that you happen to have because the cops are at the door? Or do you want to make really sure it is deleted everywhere, but then you need to keep a reference at least or something around for, I don't know, potentially very long, because people might not come online until next year. And so like there's a trade-off that maybe you need to negotiate, not even just like based on a domain, based on the use case and the specific moment. We've also thought about like maybe making some documents ephemeral, where only one person actually has the document long term, and people sort of ephemerally connect to it to like type together right now, and then at the end of the session they just it disappears. I don't know. But yeah, like with a lot of this stuff, I think this would be a research project on its own as well. This is just like sort of the idea of like maybe you can choose between sort of delete right now and keep around, but like tell everyone to delete essentially. Right. Next things.
So let's talk a little bit about what's the next things we want to work on, or we already working on, or the Peter Panda people are working on. So one of the things we want to do is integrate access control and end-to-end encryption in the high-level API. So app developers, Reflection as well, can easily use it, because now it's a little bit lower level API, which is more complex to use, but you could use it, but it's a little bit annoying. Implement support nodes, like actually build a standalone binary you can run on a server. The contacts portal, which the Peter Panda people are also exploring ideas, and there's some investment in that. I think there's an NL grant. The Peter Panda people also work on the mesh routing, which will be useful for Bluetooth and low LoRa. And obviously, like the big one is like having a stable release 1.0, sorry, of Peter Panda. So we actually can guarantee that you're not going to lose your data if you use Peter Panda or Reflection. What are the things you can do right now in using the Peter Panda and the networking stack? And the things we can add also to Reflection as well, like the concepts we already thought about but didn't got around to work on, is having cheap headless support nodes, like just run basically Reflection in on a server without running the UI. Grouping documents into a single topic, where we have like each document is a topic, which is just a hash, and we can just use one hash or one topic to identify multiple documents, which is pretty easy. So the only information in that document would be the address to all the documents. Export diffs to a file. Export a document to file, and then re-import diffs into Reflection and submitting them over the network as changes made by the user directly inside the app. Adding client-side pet name identities, which we don't have right now, but that's very trivial to add. You just store them in a local database. They're not shared with other devices or users, so it's trivial to add. Here, another mock-up where you have just a design team, which is a collection of documents It's a team with multiple documents, which makes it a little bit easier to join a bigger team. Like for example, for reflection, for our meetings, we had like, I don't know, 5, 6 documents, and it just gets really messy if you need to join all of those. Something we want to keep doing is doing small workshops. We kind of had the idea to build something similar to AirDrop, using just MDNS for discovery on a local network. So which simplifies a lot of stuff. So you don't need a bootstrap node, which is used to look up other peers and create the network effect or the network itself. It doesn't really need access control because like the threat model is local network, like everybody on the local network is allowed to, is a good actor. That's kind of the threat model. You don't really need data migration because you send a file at one point and then it doesn't matter anymore. You don't really need support nodes because it's on a local network. You're sending the data instantly. And we're going to try to build it with your help if you want to join on Monday afternoon, right after lunch. Oh, that's going to be difficult. We're going to try to build this app in less than in 2 hours with a GTK app, like with the GTK user interface. So feel free to join. It's gonna be fun. There's no particular language required. I guess we're gonna pick the language based on the number of people there. We are way too late. There's gonna be a BOF on Sunday to talk about the system integration and the context portal. Please come if you're interested in it. And then we have some takeaways from Tobias, which he has 1 minute.
Last words. Right. So I think, as you've seen, it's very early for this entire ecosystem, but I think something that I really realized being at Local First conference last weekend is it's early not just for us, it's even earlier for everyone else. I think we're in some ways even ahead of this because we've already been thinking about it for a little while and we've actually tried some stuff. So I think this could actually become a really cool thing that sort of we're maybe doing before some other people. And yeah, in general, if you're interested in this kind of bleeding edge, researchy, whatever, experiment stuff, please join us because there's a lot of cool stuff to do. And especially if you're an app developer, start prototyping. This is the perfect time. Obviously, if you know Rust and are interested in text editing, we would love it if people looked at Reflection and maybe implemented some of the ideas that we already sort of have designs for. But also just like building a little game or like implementing it in an app that you already have just as an experimental branch. I think there's a lot of cool stuff we could learn from that. Just like submitting feedback, whatever, if you find weird issues with the bindings or something, that'd be super helpful. And if you really want to get into it, both P2Panda and the P2Panda bindings always need more contributors. These are some links where you can get involved, but also just if you're around, ask us, we're happy to help. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't think we have time for questions, but maybe find us afterwards.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, no time for questions, but you can also ask questions in the hallway or on Matrix. There's already some discussion on Matrix. Next talk will be 10 minutes later because we are 10 minutes behind schedule and we still have 20-minute break. All right, thank you for joining us again. This time for Sergey, he will talk about a project he did with porting a Windows application to GTK.
Yes. Hello, is it on? It is on. Please flip the picture. Yeah, so experience migrating a large commercial application from Windows 32 to GTK4. I'm Sergey. I'm on the recently formed platform teams, platform and language binding teams. In the GNOME community, I'm somewhat known for my contributions to GTK, particularly around layout things, for having accumulated some knowledge about like JObject internals and introspection things. I've made Bill, about which I will talk in a second. I hack on Valor somewhat, and I do various other projects outside of GNOME that you might have heard of. And I'm experienced with a bunch of other toolkits and frameworks besides the GTK as well. Doesn't reach this button. And this is a talk about how we write an application in Rust and GTK with agentic AI. No, it's not. We haven't used AI, and the application is still in C++. So, as the saying goes, a developer in possession of GTK hacking skills must be in want of a day job. So I landed this job at this company, and they had this challenge. They had this old, large commercial Windows 32 application. It's a B2B application, so the users are not just regular people. There are other businesses. And they needed it ported to run on Linux as a part of this whole digital sovereignty agenda. The application has to deal with financial data to like query it, visualize it, analyze it in various ways, and it's a part of a much larger commercial platform offering, so it can be used to control the rest of the platform as well. Just to give you an idea of the scope, it has its own proprietary network message bus, its own data serialization format. It embeds its own custom scripting language, which implements a dialect of Visual Basic, reflecting its Windows roots. And it has like this toolkit within toolkit, implementing a platform for so-called forms, which are marked up in XML. So you would put like buttons and edit fields somewhere, and then scripted with this Visual Basic, and it has like this whole object model and its own layout system and its own event system and everything. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to talk about it in detail, but it's all in complex and very broken. And we had to port it to GTK. So the challenge is the application is huge. The code base is legacy and huge, and there are just 2 or 3 of us at different times, and it had a strict deadline. What do we do? Like, this seemed a completely impossible project to pull off, and yet somehow we did it. So the first question was which toolkit to use, GTK or Qt, right? And from where I'm standing, Qt is a perfect fit. It's already popular. It's in C++. It has great support for Windows. It happens to be the native toolkit of the IDE we had to target. So if the choice was up to me, I would totally go with Qt, despite my liking GTK. I was asked to do like this internal presentation on what GTK can do, and I pitched all of these great, amazing features like advanced text inputs, BD, frame shadowing, GPU rendering, high DPI, adaptive layouts, everything. These things all seem like nice and cool and important to us, but it turns out that in corporate environment, they are viewed somewhat differently. So most of them are completely irrelevant and unappreciated because these people, well, for one thing, they think that they know exactly the environment that the application is going to be run in. They know it might be high DPI, but certainly not a touchscreen. They know they're not going to use the accessibility features, no like phone layouts, nothing of that. Maybe we're going to ship a dark theme sometime, but we didn't make it into the initial release. High DPI was kind of nice when it just worked, differently to the Win32 version where they had to like explicitly support it. Inspector wowed everyone, but we were told very explicitly to disable it in production so the users can neither learn how the application is built nor accidentally break it. This is unexpected. Please fix it. So what? Do I have to do this? Okay, so why did we go with GTK? It was more of a like social reason than technical ones. For one thing, Qt widgets is sort of in maintenance mode. It doesn't receive new developments. It's all in Qt Quick, which is a whole thing entirely. Despite Qt being under LGPL, allegedly, there was some uncertainty over like licensing and sanctions and that stuff. Whereas on GTK side, it's all community vibes. It's developed and open on GitLab. I was already somewhat familiar with it, and of course, I could get involved upstream and like influence the project direction and get things that we needed fixed upstream. And it was like I'm saying that if it was up to me, I would have chosen Qt, but the management ended up choosing GTK, and they have not regretted it. After the project shipped, they're still very confident that going with GTK was the right choice. So I'm saying huge array surface. What do I mean? Well, subjectively, it feels like at least as big as the GIMP or like Inkscape. So it must be one of the largest GTK applications ever. It has hundreds and thousands of like live controls all at the same time, like buttons and entries and stuff. So much so that in the Win32 version, before my involvement, they ran out of this Win32 window handles, and they had to come up with this like whole internal framework of windowless controls, where they would like route events all by themselves between these like virtual little controls, which are just objects in memory and not Win32 windows. And then when they didn't want to implement all of that controls logic, so whenever the user would like click in an entry field, they would materialize a real actual Win32 entry at that point, let the user edit it, and then when the focus leaves, they like dissolve it again. This little neat hack. So we had like a little internal debate whether or not we could use real actual GTK widgets for the port, and we made a bet that we could. Because again, GTK widgets are the same thing; they don't consume like system resources. In the end, it did work with this like huge amount of widgets. I've never seen this much widgets in my life at the same time. I was somewhat surprised when Inspector showed huge numbers of widgets. But yeah, we measured quite significant memory usage, like upwards of a kilobyte of memory for a null GTK widget. Could be nice to improve that. So strategy was we started small. We found a like relatively independent part of the app that could be shipped as its own separate thing, and wrote a new version of that in GTK. We kept the overall structure, but had a whole new UI, whole new internals, basically a whole new app with the same like functionality as the old one. Originally in CG object with like C++ language elements, and then increasingly in PIL, and we released it like earlier to our clients as on both Linux and Windows. And of course, I get a spam call right during the call. So I was sort of expecting the same strategy to be used for the whole larger app project. The constraint there is that there were so many of these forms written for the old version that it was completely infeasible to port them all. So instead, we had the hard constraints that we must keep full compatibility with the existing form API. We must parse the same XML, expose the same object model, everything. I was thinking we'd like write a new code base following GObject and GTK like philosophy and design guidelines. Still somehow try to support the old APIs and maybe reuse some parts of the old logic, like in places where it matters, such as the constraint layout algorithm. Instead, again, the management insisted firmly that we keep the existing code base, even though it's legacy with all of its horrible like naming conventions and white space style, and incrementally migrate parts of it bit by bit to GTK, which caused me endless frustration. But in the end, this is what shipped, so the strategy worked, so it must be wise. On the topic of languages, the application was always in C++, and it turns out that there is somewhat of a different perspective between the GNOME community and the corporate environment. In the GNOME community, C++ is this weird request. Why would you use that when there are like Python and Java and JavaScript and Rust and what have you? But if you really want C++, maybe there is something called GTK-mem for you, but nobody was sure what state is it in, what's up with it. Whereas in the corporate environment, C++ is how applications get written. There might be an alternative in the form of .NET, but yeah, it's mostly C++. Everything else is completely irrelevant. So who cares if there is Val or Python, right? We have C++. We have this huge legacy code base in C++. We barely have enough time to port it to GTK. We're not going to port it to a different language. So the only thing that matters is whether GTK is usable with C++ and how usable it is. So we started with GTK-mem. It was kind of nice, actually. It felt just like any other C++ library for a while. And then as the project proceeded, we started hitting various limitations. Some of which are listed on the slide. I'm not going to go into the details this time because I spoke much more about it in my last year's talk. This time I want to focus more on the social aspect and on the personal journey here. So I had these various hacks in place to do things that GTK-mem couldn't do natively, such as override dispose with func on focus with func, right? And GTK-mem really started to get in the way. And I had these various little ideas of how things could be done differently, better than GTK-mem. But these were small disconnected pieces, not a vision, not anything larger. I would prototype each individual piece in Godbolt just to see if it compiled and if it compiled to what I expected. One day I got a bit further, took Python, make it parse gear, emit some sort of C++ wrappers, and then I iterated from there. And then eventually I got PIL. It took a lot of design work to marry these various ideas together and make them interoperate and form one cohesive picture. But it's turned out much better than anything I could ever hope for. And it was a magic feeling watching this little prototype that I had turn into something serious, eventually serious enough to fully supplant GTK-mem. We ported our project. I published it. People are now writing their application in it, quite serious applications. Then it turned out that various design goals that I had for PIL are actually close to the things that GStreamer needs. So people are now trying to write GStreamer projects in PIL without any GTK involvement. And now apparently even WebKit and GJS people are considering it. So that's cool. And the fun part is I don't even like C++. Another spin-off project is Scintilla widget code editing component. So you might be familiar with it from Notepad++, which is popular Windows text editor. This thing in the center is the Scintilla editor. Originally, it was a drop-in replacement for the Win32 rich-edit control. Then it got other ports, Coco, Qt, and notably GTK. It doesn't have much of a C++ API, although it's written in C++, because it expects you to send it this Win32 messages because it's a drop-in, because it was originally a drop-in replacement for the rich-edit control. So first question is, do we even need Scintilla if in GTK world there is GTK source view? Well, for one thing, GTK source view is not in a very good place either. We weren't sure if it has much of a future. But secondly, for better or for worse, Scintilla's actual API is exposed from this object model to Visual Basic scripts. So they would send explicitly this Win32 messages to Scintilla and expect Scintilla to behave in an exact way. So we had to have a real Scintilla in there. We couldn't just substitute GTK source view for it. But there is a GTK port, right? And notably the Genie text editor is using it. You might have even seen it somewhere. Well, yes, but this is what it looks like, right? It was evidently written in GTK 2 times and then somehow made to still compile and work somewhat in GTK 3, but it does nothing like what widget should do at this time. It does layout wrong. It does scrolling wrong. In particular, it tries to handle scroll input itself, and that's a recipe for disaster. Of course, the right thing to do is to wrap yourself in a scrolled window and let that handle input. And again, it doesn't have much of a JavaScript API. You just wants to call this single method and send it messages. So I wrote a whole new port, an independent port, much like the upstream suggested I do. It's not a branch of the existing one, it's a whole new one. I try to do various things right. It's properly scrollable. It tries to use GSK for rendering. It does IME, so you can open on-screen keyboard and type into it. It does accessibility, at times integrates styling, it does cool clipboard things, and even supports some actions. It has a JavaScript first API, so I exposed various messages as methods and stuff, and totally compatible with introspection things. And as a test and example of that, I wrote a demo in Lava. But it's still, if you want to, you can still call Scintilla view send message, in particular because our applications need that, and that's what the upstream likes to do. This is what it looks like. So displaying some GTK UI XML file. You can see syntax highlight and selection, and some lines are even folded in there, if you can see that, on the left. It builds and works in Windows as well, and I expect on other platforms. Upstream would like to have it eventually, but not yet. I still have some like local modifications that I should publish after GUADEC. But let's maybe move this into a reusable platform library, much like every other platform library. If you're a distribution, please consider packaging it and talk to me, we'll figure it out. But it should be usable much like any other library overall. Now let's look at some other widgets that are specific to the project, that we built for this project. The first one is the splitter. It's sort of like GTK paint on steroids, so much like a GTK box that can have several children and position them either in a row or in a column, depending on its orientation, and tries to distribute the available space based on their size requirements. But then it has like this user adjustable separators between items, and you can, like as a user, you can resize them to control the size distribution, and the whole widget tries to like respect both the size requirements as the user set positions, and it's non-trivial. So here you can sort of see it in action with just simple resizable labels. Not sure if you can understand much of what's going on here, but it's complex. Even with all of my understanding of GTK layout API things, it was not trivial to get right, and I was quite like excited and proud when I finally did get it working. And the good thing is almost none of this is like specific to the project. We could upstream this if they're interested to like GTK or libadwaita or whoever wants to have this. The other one is the docking system. So the main UI area of the application consists of these panes, and you can like drag on a pane to tear it off and turn it into a free floating window. You can move it around and do everything, and then if you want to, you can drop it back on an existing pane. And when doing that, you can opt to split an existing pane in half, like in two. It doesn't have to be exactly a half. It again takes the size requirements into account. This integrates with the splitter, and like the whole UI consists like of this tree of splitters of like alternating orientations, and it inserts and collapses the splitters as needed. Here's a GIF of a similar mechanism in VS Code. This is not our application, this is VS Code. The main difference is that what they drag here is like this little proxy drag icon, whereas in our application, when you drag, it immediately turns into a window, sort of like execute level drag. The next one is the tab bar, not unlike the one on libadwaita, but with like different functionality and visualization. It can be either user editable or not. If not, it basically functions as a glorified stack switcher, but you can still like scroll through it and control things. And if editable, then users can like create new tabs, rename existing ones, reorder them, assign colors to them for easy identification among like 20 other tabs and stuff. And this is used for like the main tab bar of the application. And finally, the beast, so-called the cube. This is like the central widget of this whole application, the secret sauce. This is like a complex, advanced digital spreadsheet. So it displays various kinds of data in various ways. You can see like differently colored rows, grouping similar values, collapsing like tree-styled values. Here's some more. So yeah, you can see this group is uncollapsed. Various colors, alignments, grouping columns. These columns are pinned so they don't scroll, but the rest of them scroll. You can filter and group like values in columns, and we do this pop-up and let you input complex conditions in it. It can like draw various charts. In this case, it's a 3D chart, and this is called a tree map. And a huge cursor is a GNOME shell bug. Various other types of charts. And this, depending on the dataset being displayed, it can be user editable. So in this case, we're editing a floating point value, it's just a sort of an entry field. In this case, we editing some sort of a currency pair. So what, well, it offers suggestions, as you can see. What actually happens here is as the user types, it goes to the application backend, to the database, and fetches the available like currency pairs, gives it back to the widget, and it presents completions to the user. This is a numerative value. It presents like this little list. When picking a date, it pops out this little nifty calendar. And it can do this. So if you like press some key combination when hovering, it would pop up this sort of a tooltip where it presents data in a different way, except that this could not be implemented as a GTK tooltip because like tooltips have a very specific look and behavior, and we need something else. So this is implemented as a popover with auto hide, but it's not really popover either. It should have a different behavior. So this is like a missing widget in GTK that behaves like something in the middle between the popover and a tooltip. This is a different case of tooltip. So when a value doesn't fully fit in a cell, you hover over it, and the cube displays like this little tooltip positioned exactly at the same place with a complete value. So again, we couldn't implement this with a GTK tooltip window because it's like positioned differently for one thing. So in this case, we implemented this by simply like snapshotting it over the widget content. But this is a hack which doesn't always work. Here is an example from IntelliJ, not from our application, where in fact the like file names, they don't even get ellipsized, they simply get cropped because like the widget ends there. And if you hover, it still shows like the complete file name over whatever happens to be on the right. And you can do that just inside the widget. It has to be a tooltip. And again, it would be nice if GTK had ways to like implement that, position like the tooltip exactly where you want it. And this is in fact from Epiphany. This is a case of like completion lists under a text entry. And this is awkward because again, this is a thing that pops up, but it's not exactly a popover. It is implemented as a popover in case of Epiphany, but we did it the same way. But this leads to a bunch of issues. In particular, once like the focus moves into the popover, you no longer can type into the entry. The other one is that you cannot set the popover to auto hide as this is default. For instance, so you set auto hide false, and then you emulate like the auto hide behavior yourself. Whenever the focus leaves, you hide the popover, but that is also broken because the user can click outside of like this entry, say somewhere around here, and the popover wouldn't hide because the focus didn't move. So again, clearly we need a different like user available, user accessible widget inside GTK that is still backed by GTK popup or XG popup, but not a popover. And this brings me to this notion of GTK as a generic toolkit. With the release of GTK4, most of the GNOME design patterns have been moved out to libadwaita. And GTK contains like the various core texts, such as the widget model and event handling, this called gesture framework and styling and graphics offload, and all of this actually very cool and attractive tech. All of these things that I pitched to the team you've seen on the slide earlier. So this is pretty cool. And in particular, I want to call out good Valent protocol support because various other like alternative competing toolkits commonly don't even have a Valent backend at all. So you have to run them through Xvalent. So knowing this, it is really hard to like consider and justify not using GTK for a new project because you want all of this good tech. But well, you would think that fundamentally GTK doesn't like dictate any kind of styling anymore. You can style your UI to look like anything you want with CSS. If there is some widget that GTK doesn't provide, you can write your own with any sort of behavior, right? So GTK is just this amazing core tech, but we're not quite there yet. This is an example for the menu, GTK popover menu. It has a very specific design, and notably, it doesn't have icons, which might make sense from a design perspective, but other designs call for icons there, right? And you cannot have it at all. You might say, well, you can write your own menu, which does have icons, but you cannot replace the menu in the default widgets, like in this case, GTK text, or like links or stuff. And then it has like Control-Shift-T bound to change direction, and you might want to like use it for something entirely different in your app, and you just have no way to do that. And these behaviors make sense if you consider GTK to be like the common core of GNOME applications. It makes sense that various GNOME applications automatically get this behavior for free. It's shared. That's cool. That makes sense. But they stand in the way of using GTK as this whole like neutral, amazing core tech platform. So maybe we should like look for a way to move this out to, again, libadwaita or somewhere. Yeah, this touch pop-up thing is another case of even old GNOME design leaking. There are other cases of this, such as like scroll bars. You can make a custom scroll bar, but you cannot make GTK scroll window use your scroll bar. Now, once we had everything working, the last question is, how do we actually ship this to our users, right? If you ever download this Telegram, this is what you see, right? A binary, which probably embeds like its own statically linked, patched, rendered version of Qt, and it has a binary named updater, and it wants to be like unzipped onto your desktop or something and run directly from there. And what? Like anybody who values like cleanliness and system integration clearly would instead prefer like a package, like an RPM or whatever, with like properly packaged binaries with proper dependencies on system-wide shared queued and properly updated through a package manager, right? You hate when you get this from an upstream vendor, and yet they keep doing it. I got to see the other side of this fence. We had this requirement that installing our application should be easy, even for somebody who's just switching from Windows to Linux, has no Linux experience, and likely doesn't have root access on their corporate computer. So we couldn't just ask them to like sudo DNF install things. The management wanted very hard guarantees that our build of GTK, which has like custom workarounds enabled, is what gets used and not the system-wide one. On the other hand, we didn't want to tamper with the system, so we wouldn't install ours over the system-wide one. And it must self-update as applications on Windows do, which is ugly, but was a requirement. So I had this idea. Flatpak will solve this, right? It's perfect for this use case. Like you can install it unprivileged. You get like separate libraries from the system. You can totally ship your own GTK build. You can self-update. It's amazing. Well, I have sort of a complicated history with Flatpak. I was initially excited when it was announced, but then with time and practice, I became less of a fan. But for this project, it seemed, again, perfect, so we started pursuing it. I pitched it very hard. The first issue is literally every like Flatpak usage tutorial we find starts with add FlatHub with this command. And we cannot, because it's an offline environment. These computers are not connected to the internet, right? So one thing we could do is maybe we could fetch the binaries from FlatHub and then distribute these Flatpak bundles, and they would install them. One issue with that is the binary sizes, right? So the platform is like 200-something megabytes, which is not gigabytes, admittedly. It's not that bad, but it's still much, much chunkier than what our like release system is used to. Yeah, I'm coming to a conclusion. Like single megabytes at most. So we did get it working somewhat. The other question is who is responsible here? So for the operating system libraries like glibc and OpenSSL, the OS vendor is responsible. Our clients also have a contract signed with the OS vendor. So they are like to blame if anything goes wrong, and they are to like provide timely updates if say a vulnerability gets discovered in OpenSSL. For our application, obviously we are responsible. We have a contract with them. We like supply things and do support. For like some build downloaded from FlatHub, who is responsible for that? We could track down the person who is actually doing the builds, but obviously they have no obligations before our clients. And as various open source licenses commonly state, like this software is provided as is without any warranty. That's not what we need. So we sort of dodged that question, but it's a gray area. And the other thing here is that the clients would have to like set up their own Flatpak servers to serve as a remote for like actual workstations. This is doable, but a bit non-trivial. So I had to write this whole guide about how to do GPG things and set up a web server and run these Flatpak commands to like simply redistribute these Flatpak bundles inside of their network. So I thought I would build my own Flatpak runtime based on the GNOME 1. I would strip the things that I know our applications obviously wouldn't need, such as GTK 3 and like the Git version of GTK 3, but share the rest of the files with the GNOME platform. So if they somehow already happen to have the GNOME platform installed in their environment, we would share most of the files, so it wouldn't like add another like copy of that all. And I would like drop GTK4 and replace it with my own build. Same with some other libraries. I did get it somewhat smaller, like 20%. It's not a not a solution for the binary size issue, but a tiny bit better. Building your own runtime is more complex than people realize. There is barely any documentation. There are some examples of how like the platform itself was being built before it switched to like build stream, I believe. You basically put this build runtime through into your manifest, and it starts sort of working. It's very slow. It's your disk space. It requires various hacks. It breaks because of locales and whatnot, and you like fight with it, and every iteration takes hours. I eventually got it working. I dropped Flatpak Builder after I got it working. I got it working a second time without Flatpak Builder because I wanted more control about what goes into the runtime and what doesn't. As a data point, Flatpak built init, which is like the first step of doing anything alone, takes a whole minute and checks out 11 gigabytes of data onto your hard disk. But on the positive side, I got to like do other cool stuff while it was running. Once we figured that out, how do we actually like apply updates? There is an update portal, like no post by Matthias, which explains how to use it. Cool. But it turns out that you can only update this app itself and not the runtime that comes with it. So that's too bad. Well, what's the next thing that you do? Well, of course, you grant yourself permission to run arbitrary commands on the host, and you shell out to Flatpak CLI, right? And while doing that, you encounter this like possibly the most complex debug types you've ever seen. And then you try to make sense of the things that Flatpak CLI outputs, like here, like if it says updating space on the std out, assume that it's doing something, and like show maybe a progress bar to the user. And I have a horrific state machine written that tries to like track these various things. Have I seen an end of file on the std error? Has the command actually exited? Have I seen a single thing updated on the std out? And yeah, I've written it. It sort of works. I don't want to ever touch it again. But the good thing is, we shipped. It worked. It was sort of an anticlimactic. Totally worked on their end. Questions?
No questions?
Is there a single thing that you would say would have helped you the most in this GTK4 porting effort? Anything we should change in GTK to make the next application that comes around an easier success?
Well, I've already tried to like mention some suggestions, such as
all those things would help. Yes.
Better better pop-up based widgets, not just the popover, because that's like my position has always been that GTK popover is not a generic pop-up wrapper. It's a specific, like very specific UI pattern, like a sort of a menu with this arrow, right? And even though you can disable the arrow and make it not auto-hide, that's a hack. You should have different widgets, in particular for completion windows. Maybe better docs would help a lot, because I had to like constantly explain things to my colleagues that seemed obvious to me. But yeah, on the other hand, I don't quite believe myself that we pulled it off, because it seemed completely impossible, but it works, it exists, it shipped.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I had one. Do you know of other applications that are written in Peel?
There are many applications lately, some of them unfortunately wipe coded, but there are like manually written ones as well. Some of them have to do with like animal lists, I guess, like anime, Japanese cartoons. I don't know the number, but new projects keep popping up all the time, and I have this little list of the ones that I know of. Somebody is even actually using it for like elementary, even though most of elementary is written in Vala. It turns out that if you take my branch of Vala, which emits proper gear, you can hook it up to Peel, and it totally works to call into Vala from C++, and that is also very cool.
And I have another question. Do you think you can open source some of the things you built?
I mean, yeah, the two like relatively independent parts of this, which are Peel and Scintilla, are open source. The other part that I think could be reasonably open sourced in upstream is the splitter. Everything else is probably going to stay proprietary because it's very specific to this application. But at least like I've gathered a bunch of experience. So if we ever wanted to do something like this upstream, like perhaps this cube widget, obviously we cannot use the existing one, but if you wanted to have this super powered table spreadsheet thing, you could talk to me.
Other questions? I also see no questions in the Matrix chat. Thank you. This was the last presentation in this room. Next is the community update downstairs.